Hello. Greetings, everybody. Viewers, welcome. Episode 16, Tales of Winternock, Tales of Cybil Spear, our actual play D&D 5e game. I'm Silver. As always, I will be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players, Dustin, Hope, AJ, Ernie, Jeff, and Conrad. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you have missed a session, we'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, which you can find on YouTube at the link in the About section of the Twitch channel. Before we begin, we want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, a virtual tabletop of choice, and as always, thanks to Sirenscape for our amazing ambient sound effects and music, which you'll hear shortly. Tales of Winternock is not affiliated with either of these companies other than the use of their products. Previously on the Tale of Cybil Spear, party prepared to attend the procession and funeral of Deirdre Arpad, a monk they had previously encountered in their past. They took a brief detour in the morning to pick up some pastries at a local shop held in very high regard that to some were a little bit odd. After breakfast, they headed for the procession, and although on the lookout for danger in the crowd, they found none. That was until the procession completed and the southern wall of the Pantheon Sphere district of Ergard was toppled by an army of undead, battling their way through the undead army of zombies, skeletons, spike-tails, and yes, cockatrices. They were greeted by the necromancer responsible, riding on the back of a strange black flying beast as it set down on top of the Temple of Noctalis. And our tale resumes with round 5 of combat, and that is Pope as Vault.
Golly gosh. Okay, I have a real quick question here, Mr. DM. The pillar that is basically in front of me here, can you describe it a little bit? I'm thinking about whether or not I could, potentially get on top of it. How tall is it? And is there a place for a person to stand, in theory?
The pillars go and arch towards the center. They provide a canopy over top of that center altar that's behind you.
Okay.
So, no, there's not a top that you could get to other than going all the way up to the top, which would take you several rounds to get there.
How tall is it, roughly?
Well, this is half a sphere. So, the same radius that you have coming out.
I only ask because I am considering drinking a potion of climbing.
Okay, so it'd be 90 feet.
Oh shit, okay, that's really fucking far. Okay, my little legs ain't getting there, even with the potion. Okay, fair enough. Well then I'm going to look at our new visitor and say, "Tell me your name, villain, for I surely think the citizens of this town will like to know whose death we will celebrate." And then I'm going to hold an action to shoot him after he responds or is violent.
Okay.
I don't know if I can use in the hold action economy thing, if I can have a steady aim held action. I don't know if that's possible to shoot him with steady aim, but if possible, I'll throw it in there. If not, I don't care. I just want to hold action on that one.
Yeah, as long as you don't move as part of your turn, I would say that's fine.
Excellent.
You can
cool.
Trigger your bonus action to... Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's my turn.
All right. We need our music, so... All right, with your turn shifting to your held action, there is no response as you're quite a ways away and your halfling stature yelling up at this thing that's 25 feet up in the sky on top of the side of a building. There's a thunderstorm off to the right. There's zombies everywhere. Yeah, it gets kind of lost in the Unfortunately for everybody, next in the initiative order is the necromancer on top of the building. Well, technically, he and his mount are on a shared turn because it doesn't make much sense to do anything different. So, we got that nice pretty thing on the map there. We'll add another pretty thing onto the map.
Oh God.
Oh.
As each of you
Oh God.
start to feel just this creeping cold come up and just like hit your body like a wave.
Oh, what is that?
There's
Nice.
a skull in the middle. I love that.
That looks
So everybody needs to make a con save.
Shit.
Oh, even me and Jeff?
Shit.
All of us are hitting that. That's crazy.
Oh, my
Yeah,
19
I feel
turned to a 3. I'm
I
dead.
don't know. I feel like Jeff's outside of it. I feel like Yofredier's outside of the radius.
And Selena, she'll have advantage off your magic.
Get it?
Ooh.
That was almost a 1.
Oh, this is not great.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on this one. I feel like I really need to pass this.
Right?
In con saves. I have proficiency in con saves, and I got a 10.
Ooh.
Oh,
It's better.
That's not great.
All right, Xander used your inspiration to get that up to an 18.
Hell yeah. That's what we need.
I think I'm also going to use my inspiration. I don't think 14's enough.
Okay.
I wonder what
I
6
can taste
does.
the full damage.
yeah, 23 will be enough.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I hope it is.
I hope a nat 20 is enough.
Just barely.
All right.
Yeah.
Any other
No.
re-rolls from anybody? Everybody rolling with what they got? Okay.
Unless the gods of the world want to give me a reroll.
I also have 3 NPCs that need to roll.
Ooh, the cockatrices.
Wait, question. Are we allowed to forego our inspiration for another person to reroll?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, did the cockatrices get hit?
The cockatrices do get hit.
Woo!
Them next.
And then they heal from necrotic
whopping
damage or
plus
something.
Yeah, they're empowered by that.
They rolled well.
Son of a gun! They're more resilient than I am. I mean, they are a horde of cockatrice zombies, but they're still zombies.
You are smack dab in the shit, Vault.
Bro,
Oh my God.
I'm probably GG'd at this point. I think I'm going down. I just have a feeling I'm going out. Taunt him. He doesn't hear me. Nukes me with a spell. Great first round.
I mean, I feel like this counts as a violent action. You can do certain reactions.
Yes, you will get to.
If I survive the spell.
Yeah. Okay.
That poor puppy.
Puppy. Yeah.
Darn
that's awful.
puppy is back.
I'd be scared too, puppy. It's cool, man.
Yeah, no, there's a
See,
skull.
it's one of the set of zombies that's missing, so they haven't shown up through the fence yet, but
Zombie
they're in the
puppies?
south.
Oh no, I can't fight zombie puppies.
Oh, I'm
Be
actually
blink dogs, I bet.
They're full grown. Does that make it better?
Yes, somehow.
Zombie dogs.
Okay.
No, I still want to
DC was 16. So, Yofredir, Vault, Alfred, and I believe that is the soldiers.
I rolled a 19.
Both of the sets and nobles all fail.
Shit.
Everybody that succeeded is going to take half damage. Everybody that failed is taking full damage.
Oh,
I don't
As
like this.
Wave of. For those of you that failed, you just feel as rot goes across your skin and just starts to rot away any exposed skin and anything that is organic
Oh,
on your clothing, anything like that just starts to just rot away. If you got metal armor, stuff like that, it's fine. Those of you that succeeded, you don't notice the rot feel. You just have this cold feel that just like seeps down into your bones and just causes pain. As you all get hit with Circle of Death.
oh!
That hurts my bones.
So that is
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I want off this wild ride. I want off this wild ride.
Okay, so
Bones.
28 is
That
going
was-
to each of the ones that failed.
Those nobles are getting nuked.
I'm still resistant, but I think that applies automatically, so.
Well,
Nice.
Okay. Cockatrice
Ow.
succeeded. Cedric, you succeeded, correct?
Yes. Still
but
feels
does
like
it-
a loss somehow.
It does double damage to the cartridges because it's an AoE spell.
Oh shit.
Hopefully.
And then they're at full health. And
Yeah,
you're
the
like,
cartridges can just take regular because it's going
Oh.
to double the half. Okay.
Well, that's the way to
soldiers
start.
Failed. Okay. Alfred,
Jeff.
you were on the fails, right?
What are
Yeah.
you gonna do, buddy?
Oh yeah, I failed that hard.
And Vault, you were also in the fails.
oh yeah, 100%.
Ash does not want to drag.
I'm gonna make a
Ow.
concentration check.
I'm not dead. We're good.
Can you get out of it?
Oh, it'll trigger the con save once the
Oh.
damage comes through.
Perfect.
Well, at least I'm not
Okay, so
out.
we got 14 coming for Salinas, right? Okay, if it wants to go.
Just saying,
Oh, come
Merspitzen hit harder than this guy. Just keep taunting him.
Make them on!
Alfred is almost dead.
Yeah.
So is Vault.
How almost
How
dead?
does Vault has so much HP.
I'm a tanky little dude. Thick bones in a
What's the
small
bet?
package, man.
Well, who wants to bet both groups of nobles are fully...
Oh, oh my god, if House Arpad just gets nuked off the face, man, at their own funeral. Bruh.
Wow.
I don't know if you've noticed that, but he renamed the houses so you can know who the houses are. If you
Oh,
want.
hey, look, I got the same exact thing. Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
I hate that Zedri's like just one square, like
I
almost
know.
not in it.
Well,
Listen.
same thing with Yopridir and Kiesel.
I still pass my save though, so.
Because you're a freaking beast. Of
It
course
just
you will.
it's moving forward for our group.
All right. Next set
Okay.
of ASIs.
Oh,
Come
I
on.
got 3 other fails, but they are by groups, so they are taking double damage.
Oh no!
Roblox goof noise.
Not the nobles.
The nobles are
No!
should have run away. Oh, the House Thanos.
Arpad's gone! Oh, shit.
They all turn into CGI bones and then just fall to
Big
the ground.
family funeral now, so.
Oof.
No, you. Oh.
What a monster.
They had a chance to leave. They,
They
just
did.
stood there and watched.
Did. They had 5 rounds to leave.
Alright, we can get rid of the circle, as that is a one and done.
Oh, thank God. I was really worried
thank-
about that. That was going to be like an every round, like, oh no.
Yeah, me too.
Whew.
Okay. That is the Necromancer's action, and he and his mount are. If it wants to work for me. What on earth? There we go.
Was that past me? It's like
Wait.
it just runs.
Let me bring it back, because Vault, you do have your held action.
Oh,
Do
well,
that
thank
before
you.
the
If you
move
want to
comes,
move
so.
him before I go, I'm okay with that.
Nope, move would come after, so.
Cool. All right. Do I have to drop it on the creature or the dude or
Just drop it in the chat box and I'll put it over there. Just the guy's on the mount.
The
so
re-rolled
it's-
one?
So,
Dropped a 4.
Alright, 18, that's gonna hit.
Thank God. Ooh-wee. That was a scary one. And then damage-wise, we just grab this little dude and then drop it in here, and then I do 3d6 on top of that. Huh. That's actually a pretty good hit.
Nice.
Yeah, that was 2 5
23, and I assume you were aiming at the rider, not at
Yeah,
the...
yeah. I want to hit the wizard. I'm gonna pound that wizard out.
Damn, bro.
1 for 1. You hit me, I hit you.
Okay.
And now you're not gonna hit him anymore.
Right.
I'm not hitting you until you hit me again.
He's got right of way. It's like fencing.
he's just fully going into the city and leaving.
Shit.
He circle of death, and he's cycled through. So he is 75 feet in the air.
Can those of us under the arches even see him if he's in the air?
Yeah, he still would be under the arches
Oh, okay.
at 75 feet because they're 90 feet up at the top. So,
That's nuts.
all right, that since the mount dashed, that'll be their turn.
Oh boy. Yeah, Alfred's going to he's gonna take a look to his right. He's gonna see how are the dwarves doing to his right.
About half of them are gone.
All right. He is going to take note of everything that's happened. Sit down for a second and take out a large syringe and cast a second level cure wounds on himself. Okay. It's
Kind of love the
something.
heal dice.
Yeah. Does Alfred still have sight of the necromancer?
Yeah, it would be within line of sight. Yep.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna take a shot at him.
Sure.
The least he can do. Have to bring back everything out. There we go. You want it on him or
Just put it in the chat box.
Okay, fair.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Big. There's something about my Force Ballista.
Whoa, look at those cool things.
If I hit something with it, it's pushed up to 5 feet away. Would that knock him off of his mount?
No, because it's a separate deal to dislodge him.
Okay.
But I think it probably come down to
Like a strength save?
yeah, that's kind of
Even
where
like
I was
a DC
thinking.
10 or
He's got reins. Does he have reins or anything in his hand to help him hold onto it?
I think it'd probably be a DC equivalent to the damage taken. Seems like a fair way to go. If you hit him with a big wallop, then it's going to knock him off, and
Oh my
Yeah.
no
god.
matter what he does. So,
Oh my god.
so
If you knock him off right now.
6. That'd be an impressive if he fails, but he could. He is not a strong guy, so
damn.
One.
That would have been fun. That I could have done something funny.
oof,
Oh.
just barely.
He's got a -1. You can still do something funny.
Well, I think I would have had to call it beforehand because if I had known that it could have done that, then I might have I could have had no. Actually, that would have taken an action. Never mind. I can't do it. If Alfred could not have prayed to get anything.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. End turn. Have fun.
All right, dead nobles.
Alfred's just.
Actually, I will have them do.
Actually, one last thing. Can Alfred run over to Selena's? Just
Yeah, you can move.
hobble over.
Just hobble.
Yeah, he's just gonna hobble over, try and Selena's, what the fuck just happened?
I think that I know. We need to stop that guy, though.
All right, and I'm doing death saves on our nobles. So, Yofridir, you're up.
Well, even with the other dude there, we still gotta take care of these zombies, so, I'm gonna swing at these zombies right in front of me.
You hit the pudgy ones.
Yes.
Like you over
damage, good damage.
Your fear takes care of things in front of him.
And then another one. Man. Low damage rolls. Yeah,
Picking away at them.
yeah, I
You
mean,
take out one and chop the arm off another, so.
yeah, I mean, they gotta go down sometime, so. That's your first turn.
Keep on chopping on the tree. Eventually it'll go down. All right, cockatrices.
Oh, we are on a good spot here. Oh shit.
That flying changes the game, doesn't it?
Yes, it do.
Let's go! Bring it on, cockatrices! I'll take a whole flock on myself. That seems fair. Even.
All right, I come over. Just these flying lizard birds flying towards you, Vault, as your attention is over on where the hell did that thing go that was just here, went around the pillar, and suddenly you hear leathery wings.
Oh my
batting in
god.
the air as this comes flying over, and they get 3 attacks. They are weak, but they get 3 attacks.
Let's go,
Are they
buddies.
coming down
that
out
first
of the
one
air?
hits.
Yeah, they have to come down to him.
New characters, new characters, new characters.
Alright, first one hits. Whole whopping D4. 1 piercing damage, and... Okay, I'm gonna try something.
They grapple me.
I don't like that it's auto doing the save. So disregard the save unless you want to take it.
I don't
If
know
you
what
would
that
like
means.
to roll your own, you can roll your own. Or you can take the success.
I mean, generally, I will take anything you give me like that, so I don't care. If I failed it, I would do the same thing. It's fine. You can roll for me if you want.
Okay, so you succeeded. No further effect. You just take the 1 damage. Second attack.
No.
Damn, they are rolling.
Let's go!
17 on their con save and 16 and 17. Jeez Louise.
Just some angry ass chickens.
Well, this one got a good chunk on you this time. So. All right, give me another con save.
All right, we got this. We got this.
Well, let me double check it just to make sure.
Every time kind of thing.
Yep,
or-
it doesn't. You don't gain immunity to it. So.
Oh no, I think I threw it out of the box. Unfortunate too.
The angry chickens are being.
No, it went from a 16 to a 4.
All right, that is a fail. So you are, I believe, restrained.
Okay, it's not. It's restrained, not grappled.
Restraint's worse, by the way, just to be clear.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah,
You
by
are
a lot.
restrained,
I thought it
and
was the opposite. Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn.
You got it. You got it, coach.
If you succeed, it goes away. If you fail, you will turn to stone.
Wow, yes!
What the what?
Oh my god, so I'm starting to be paralyzed. Oh my god. Oh, this is great. Petrification.
Oh shit!
Dude, this poison is gonna be so good when we get it back to Eunice, though. I'm just saying.
And then they miss when you're restrained.
Oh my god, what whips! Can't even hit me.
Okay, that is it for cockatrices. That was enough. So.
I'm only at like half HP. I'm
Salinas.
fine.
So, I want everyone's thoughts on this. I still have the spell scroll of Hold Person.
He's slaying this thing. You make that call.
I'm kind of turned to stone. I can't answer, unfortunately.
Yeah,
The
he
only
is
person
currently
you could
being-
ask is Alfred because he's next to you. So
No, yeah,
Okay,
I'll ask
you can,
Alfred.
You can ask me. Okay.
I think I should go back and with who's behind this, or I have this last bit of magic to try and stop.
If you think it will make a difference, I would say go for it.
Right. This will up the roll, and in a flash, white, as he chants the words, it'll vaporize and hold person against the figure.
okay.
Let's see
I'll
if you
remove
actually
my-
want to hold this person.
I think it's you have that in your inventory, right?
I just removed it.
Oh, okay. I was looking for the. It specifically says what the DC and everything like that is on the scroll.
Oh.
So,
I'm sorry.
nope, no problem. I can pull it up here quick.
I assume that it's just the DC that I would have.
Nope.
Oh,
Off spell scrolls, it goes off of a static. So,
interesting.
Could be better.
Could be. I doubt it.
Unlikely for a caster, but okay. It's DC 13.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that's not.
It's
Not
not
great.
awful, but
And DC is 16.
all right. So this is on Mr. Necromancer. Wisdom save, which he has
Save.
proficiency in.
Even if it was my DC, he would have saved. Yeah. Yeah.
Good thought. It was a good thought.
Yeah.
Paralyze him in his saddle. Take him out of the battle for effectively. So, all right. So that's your action. Any bonus action or move?
Bonus action. I will head and jam my sphere against these zombies. They're not going to be able to. It's not going to be able to make it to the Tris, I don't think.
You want to do what?
I'm using bonus action, pushing my sphere against the zombie board there.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's drag the save on them. Damn, zombies are on fire tonight. Well, not literally this time, but. All right. Any move?
No, I don't. I think Sling is just
You're pretty center field right there, so.
holding steady. Yeah.
Did it work?
I don't think so.
You see an arm wave in the air, kind of cowboy style, but. All right, that brings up our lovely soldiers over here, going after the zombies. So.
Oh, those are the glaive dudes, the glaive dwarves.
9 hits? Holy crap!
What? What? How much armor does the horde of
What?
zombies have? They are shockingly
Good
flappy,
question. Oh my god, they're an 8 armor class.
guys.
No wonder everything hits. Okay. They're just barely enough that they are still getting to do full attacks and full damage, so.
That's what.
Good. Nice. Nice.
Like they'll just keep chopping away. Oh.
Finally found one that they missed. Okay.
To roll a 5 or higher.
And last one. All right. That's Cedric.
Okay. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna go ahead and ditch the cart. Seems fine for now. And I need to have a word with Master Artemis over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and move around that pillar. Oh, cool. And then I see a bunch of dead people. Hey, okay. Are you going to be able to offer medical attention to them? And so just asking Artemis.
And he's kind of a little bit distraught, seeing that the people that he was trying to protect just started to rot and die. Do you have something that you can do? I can't.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's all I wanted to hear. I'm gonna go ahead and tag you in then, so you can go ahead and deal with that. And Zedra will point up to the sky. How many nobles are there?
There are 9, but for the sake of how it works, basically you're going to apply hit points to try and bring... However many hit points you apply is going to control how many of them come back up. You don't have to have the multiple targets.
Oh, but can I choose one to not let come back?
If you wanted to like pick who specifically you're going to first, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, cool, great. I just want to go ahead and look. Is Lord Valen in this bunch? Valen? I'm not quite sure.
That one over there.
Great. Zedri's gonna try to heal all of them with a mass cure wounds except for him.
Oh!
So I will go ahead and get that. And also, since my wildfire spirit is out, I should get an extra d8 on top of this. So it'll be 3d8 plus 2. I'll just go ahead and drop it. Go. I'm gonna just drag it over here. And then I will roll the extra. Ooh, d8.
Nice.
Nice.
That's
27.
bad.
27.
Alright, you get about half of them back up. And are Lord Balin exempted from that?
Well, I mean, yeah, him specifically, but I'm also like looking. Zedri's just looking him over because he's heard those things about their family and the fact that he's the successor and everything. There might be politics in it all, but Zedri will go ahead and command his fire spirit to go ahead and gain a little bit of height with its movement, because now that I know that I can manage movement and its action separately. Gain a little bit of height, and then go ahead and fire seed on the zombie horde.
Alright.
Engaged with Kiesel and Eoford here. And I still technically have my calling.
Yeah.
So I will go to my little fire spirit. I will go ahead and drag that hit onto...
Yeah, what was your save? It said it was a success, and I missed it in the middle of everything, so...
Oh, my concentration? Yeah. I rolled a 10, and then it had me auto-roll a 10, because you said that it had... you can also go ahead and do that. So...
10 was sufficient? That's what I was looking for.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
My gosh, there's a lot of stuff that's happened.
Yes. And...
Yeah, success. There we go. Oof. They're dwindling. There is not many left. 2?
That'll be both of our turns, though.
Alright. Which that brings up the pudgy zombies, so...
Noticeably pudgy.
Okay, don't want to ignore that, so...
Noticeably.
Alright.
Wearing them slutty chucklers.
1 against Kiesel.
Nice.
Auto miss.
They drop their arms.
Okay. And I did prone last time. Technically, by the rules, they can't fall prone because it's multiples, and that's overly powerful on them, but they do still miss. So. We played through the last one, we'll leave it. Man, they are rolling. These zombies don't have anything going for them, so. And go back to Kiesel. Boy, solid work there, zombie horde. They like start pushing up against you, but they can't get past you, so they just are stuck up against you at this point. And walking into their own deaths, basically. Which will bring up the monk.
They take damage at the end of their turn again.
Yeah, throw the save on him.
Nice.
Yeah!
Down to 1. Alright, Master Artemis, not really a long-range guy. But he will charge into the fray to go help Vault out. Since Zedri, you said you have the nobles covered, so...
And I did also want to mention I used mass cure wounds, so it should technically be up to 6 individuals. But I know you had also said about with a group that might be a little bit different.
What's the...
From the staff.
So yeah, you could pick who the 6 are if you wanted to heal some of the dwarves, or if you wanted to heal Master Artemis, or whatever you wanted to do as to who your 6 targets were.
So I can heal a little bit more than just half of them?
Yeah, so basically, we'd shift the number of points that went towards that set of nobles to heal other people instead.
Oh, no, they can all go towards the nobles. That's fine.
Okay, it's either way, so...
Okay, cool. Just
Master Artemis is doing pretty good.
He's
didn't
fine.
really too bad. Alright, He's just going to punch cockatrices. That seems like a good thing to do. And not punch
not.
still hit. Because...
Oh shit, he does.
Plus 9 to hit.
Monkin.
Deirdre Part 2.
Yeah, he's
He
just a
still
level 2
hits
monk.
on a 3. Oh wait, no, that's the damage. That
was the damage.
Just takes the well. I'll just roll d6s for d20s because I'm so bad.
Okay, he just has to not crit 1, and he hits, so...
Go.
Roll. Punching cockatrices. Alright, that is it for him. Flabbies. Not the pudgies, we got the flabbies. We haven't gotten to the slutty chuckles.
Yeah, they're still there. The
All
best
right,
zombies in town.
flabby zombies. We'll, see what they got going with people they're fighting over here, so...
Wow!
Yeah.
The bad guy's got the crit.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Lots of 2s. Oh shit! 21 damage.
Remember the zombies doing
They're
damage.
gonna kill them. They're gonna kill them. They're gonna kill them. They are going to kill them.
Oh
They
my
killed them.
God.
No.
Oh my god. Woo! We have had a spicy first round here today.
They're still standing. One of them at least.
Oh my god, one.
One of them at least.
It's like watching like in Civ them fight, and then you have like one guy left.
Alright. And they'll start moving past the dwarves and heading north. Diesel.
Oh jeez.
There's
Well,
one force lost soul in front of you.
that there might be. That there might be.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta use both of my attacks on him. Oh no.
There you go.
There we go.
Nice.
I give him the old 1-2. I just walk up to him. I go across, and then I go down, and I make them in a nice equal fourths. Taking a look around my surroundings, I can still see that male packeteer, but he's probably outside of my 20/20 vision. Might have to start squinting. I'm gonna turn to Yofordir, and I think we should maybe try to focus on that, and I'll punt up to the guy that's standing. But I think we need to also focus on that, and I'll point into the direction that I plan on running, which is by the cockatrices. And then, as my bonus action, I would like to just use the back end of my glaive like a baseball bat and start sweeping. Oh, I got advantage.
Yep. Flanking.
Huh? What just happened?
There we go.
And that is gonna be a.
We're punching cockatrices and we're hitting them with the butt end of glaives.
What?
And dealing cockatrice type damage here. So
1 damage.
Yeah, I just go for the wide swing on that one, and that'll end my turn.
all right, that brings us to the dwarven nobles, who, seeing this thing coming, are find a new place to go run away to.
Interesting direction.
What? Sentry's just gonna be like, why are we? As they're running by.
You seem capable enough. All right, Slutty Chuckle.
Yes. The grandest of all zombies. Slanesh approves.
There we go. They just move. Jenica tells us it's time to start top of the order.
Okay, so in regards to the restrain, because it's based on the effect from their attack, do I roll any like athletics checks to try to break it like you would a grapple, or is it just at the end of my
No,
turn?
you roll at the end of your turn to try and break the poison.
Okay, and I don't believe I can do anything, right? Since I'm restrained, I don't think I can attack. So just roll the con save and move on with life. Is that correct?
Yeah, the only way you'd be able to do anything would be if you had something that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you could really do.
Con save it is. Let's go.
Let me check.
Let's go. Rerolls. Halflings are
See,
great.
The 14 gets you there. I think the 14 does get you there.
Man, if I wasn't a halfling, I'd be dead right now. I'd be a stone statue.
Yep, you are good.
Woo!
Let me check.
Great.
I think you can still attack when you're restrained.
Well, I rolled it. If I can, maybe we'll learn it for the next time. I'm gonna say my turn's over. I'm just really happy to I start kind of just like my eyes are kind of shining green, and I look down at my hands and see like the just skin sloughing off like over the crossbow, and these crazy birds are just like chipping and biting at my skin, and seeing both Artemis and Ernie come rushing in and distracting them, it's like enough impetus and courage to break the spell.
Nice.
And that'll be the end of my
For
turn.
future reference,
Yeah.
restrained means you can't move. Attack rolls have disadvantage, and enemies have advantage on attacks against you, and you have disadvantage on dex saves.
Okay. Thank you. Good
Hopefully
ruling.
they die before that
Right.
comes around again.
Next turn, boys. We ready? All right. I'll say it's
Yeah,
over.
if you want to do a disadvantage attack before you broke the
can I-
you can.
Is it acceptable to hold an action from restraint?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll hold an action, and I want to keep shooting at the crossbowman. I'm literally gonna just not even deal with the cockatrice. I don't know what's gonna happen as far as how that affects my crossbow, but I just want to keep shooting this necro. My eyes are not losing contact with him.
Okay, so what's your trigger for your?
If he does either movement or spell, is that acceptable?
Okay. Yep, that's fine. All right.
I'm aiming to
And-
break his concentration on spells for what it's worth, if that like flavorly matters.
Sure.
He needs to get down there in the center and do an old mano-y-mano over here.
1v1 me, bro.
Yeah, like a man.
Come on, man. Fight somebody
Son
your
of
own
a sucker.
size, or half of it.
Necro man to man.
All right. Just gonna drag him behind, but okay. So mount comes down.
Oh no, our pad is getting wrecked.
And no, I take that back because they can't get there. So we're at 75 feet, so gonna keep the 75 feet loft. And going to Okay. I need con saves from Zedri and the 2 sets of nobles. It's a lot smaller, so.
It's gonna kill my heals.
As
Kill more than just your heals.
you see him cast this spell that goes and just there's like an impact on the ground as things start, this yellow-green fog starts to come up off the ground right in front of you, Zedri, and going out in a 20-foot radius from the...
Did everybody see the one that was in the box? It did not prompt, but I rolled it. Roll reader. Use a 17. That makes me sad.
No.
Oh, I know now.
Still fine.
Okay, so 13's a fail.
It's a less.
Full constitution. Oh, that's not a concentration check. Whoops.
Okay, and you guys want to roll for the nobles?
Sure.
I'll roll for him.
Is it a straight 20?
Just give me a d20 and then I'll give. I can look up their modifiers if you want.
Can I roll for Arpad? Is that acceptable?
Arpad has no bonuses, and
Sorry, Thana.
Thana, actually, roll again, Kiesel, because you get advantage.
Ooh!
Dwarves,
Must be nice.
poison, baby.
Oh no, they're advantage with the first roll.
But they're also halflings now.
Oh, looks like. All right, Bolt, you got the roll for Arpad.
Yeah, I can do that. Best roll of the day.
All right, that is all fails. So
Oh my god!
Cloud kill.
A cloud kill.
What a monstrous
Yeah.
bad
I
guy.
killed half of them because half of them I wasn't able to heal yet.
Does double damage though.
Oh, yep, I'll have to drag it on there twice. Thank you for catching that, Conrad.
A rules lawyer in both directions.
No, and you lost Call Lightning. Unless you want to re-roll it, because I don't like the auto. If you would like to roll it, you can roll your own roll.
Yes, I would like that, please. Yes, thank you. My teeny tiny +1.
Nat 20.
Enough.
Hey!
Enough.
Oh,
Well, hell no.
Not screaming.
Okay, so Zedri, you're still up. You're just feel this poison just like start to bubble on your skin, and mustard gas basically. It just starts to bubble up and blister all across your skin, on your face, and you go to touch, it just like peels away at your skin. Nasty stuff, especially taking the full brunt of it. And you watch as all the Arpad people fall down again, and the doors are not looking good behind you. If it wasn't dwarves, they probably wouldn't be there anymore. And it's going to continue to move around the pillar, staying at the 75 feet. So, or
Prior
down
to,
to 60 at this
it,
point.
is it in line of sight for me right now? Because if it's not, I would say prior to it losing
Yeah,
line
you
of
get
sight.
to do your attack
Cool.
beforehand.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I would like that. I believe it's disadvantage either way because my crossbow goes up to 320 feet, but he's definitely more than 80 feet away, right? Because he's 75 feet in the air. Like, even if he was right above me, he'd still...
Oh, he would have been at 60 at the cast, so...
Plus 75, right?
But you're talking...
I mean, it'd be like over 100 feet away at this point, I assume. Or in process. I don't think there's any way I can do it without disadvantage.
No, because D&D rules for diagonals, you either get the length distance or the height distance.
Oh, is that how that works?
Because you get to go diagonal at the cheats, so you get 60 feet away.
No! No way. Well, do I have disadvantage because of the cockatrice attacking me in melee?
Nope.
Okay. Well, if you don't want me to have it, then I won't take it. Advantage, I
Yeah, that's
suppose.
right. You are engaged in melee. To do a ranged attack, yeah, you would be at disadvantage.
Oh.
And
Yep.
so with
That is correct.
steady, do I get steady aim to nullify that, or is it just disadvantage? Just
Yeah, steady aim would nullify it back to just a straight roll.
Cool.
And would be no sneak attack.
All right, well, let's see what we get to with the infused repeating crossbow. Take that, you sod.
Yes. Nice.
And take that, he did. 24. But yeah, as you said,
24 damage.
so it will nullify the sneak, right? So it's just the
Correct, 'cause
1d6.
you did-
Cool.
You can't have disadvantage
Right.
and still get the sneak, so.
1d6. 2 damage, boys. Excellent shooting.
2 damage. 2 damage.
Damage.
Every little bit counts.
I'm chipping him down, dude.
Is it 1d6 plus your dex modifier?
Do I get that at this point? I'm down with that. If you guys want to give
Yeah,
me that.
you should.
I haven't been getting
Yeah,
that. I don't think I did that either with the earlier attack.
If you
Efficient
drag
with
the
it.
attack dice, it should automatically do it.
Well, so like I was dragging just my dice earlier because you said not to put them on the dude. So just
Oh,
plus
yeah, but you can
5.
drag the attack dice
So,
and everything to the
okay.
box. That works.
Oh, so I can just do this? Well, it's gonna re-roll this, but just add 5, I guess. It just should be 7. I'm not gonna roll it. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so there should have been an extra 5.
Yeah.
All right, no problem.
Ooh.
Alright.
He's orange.
All right,
Oh,
Alfred.
Uh,
He is out of sight for you now.
he is out of sight and out of mind because my intestines are out of me. The cockatrices are still a thing.
There's a couple.
Oh boy. Well, Alfred's gonna bid farewell to Salinas, run over next to my good friend Volunteer,
Hello there, friend.
whip out his scimitar and try and take a slash at these with a green flame.
All right. Slice and dice and chickens.
Yeah, slice and dice.
And cook them in the process.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh wait.
Lady Katisha's back.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, get him, Lady Katisha. Go get him.
Is an 18 hit? I assume.
$18?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. On the cockatrices? Yeah.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
If
and you
tell
can
me
drag
that-
attacks straight onto any of the guys that are not flying. It's the flying that's the issue, so.
Ah, okay. I just didn't want to disrupt.
Nope, you're good.
So that's that, and then I get a D8 because of the Visor Specialist, or the Here, I can pull it up really quick.
Arcane Firearm.
Yeah, Arcane Firearm. Names for things are great.
Whoa, Kiesel movement.
Oh no! I'm just trying to calculate paths. I don't mean to be hogging up all the time.
11 damage total,
Okay, so an extra 4.
or
Pull your
it
green
didn't do
flame
my
dice.
green flame blade, so that's another 2d8.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna nuke these chickens.
Chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
We're gonna end up chewy that way.
Do they
I'm
take
just
double
saying.
damage for green flame blades AoE?
No,
Okay,
because it's gotta be a 15 feet
cool.
box
Awesome.
area of effect attack, so.
That's right. You mentioned that before.
All right. About 3 of them left.
But they're still flying around, even though they are within, I guess, now melee range. Alfred's gonna take a shot at them.
Okay, so ranged and melee would be dis.
Yeah, I need to grab. Or will it do it automatically if I put it on them?
It should automatically give you disadvantage, but I don't know. No, it won't anymore because I turned that off because it was causing us problems. So.
Well, a 2 would
missed
be my
either way,
disadvantage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'll be end of Alfred's turn.
Oh, the ballista fails us for once. Alright, nobles. Zedri, since you're protecting them, give me a death save in the tower for him.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Save 'em,
Okay.
buddy.
So just
Save 'em.
D20.
Just D20 roll. Yeah.
You're gonna do great. That was a good roll, wasn't it?
That was great.
It was perfect.
No,
That's
it wasn't.
exactly
The
what
silence. No, it wasn't.
No, he's got a good poker face. It could have been really great.
Probably a 20.
Alright, Yofredir.
Alright.
There's no longer any pudgy zombies in front of you. There's a glowing ball of fire next to you and a fire bird behind you. Or
I'll
Thunderbird,
go-
sorry. Gotta get that corrected. We're Thunderbird at the moment.
Your Fritter will run his 25 feet up to the cockatrices, and he's gonna swing at those.
We got all sorts of flanking going on now, so
Get 'em,
Yeah,
boys.
landing from all directions.
that's sad when the advantage roll ends up a 6.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
still
these things
hits.
are horrible, so
Yeah.
All right, that was
Nice.
solid damage.
all you need
Just
is a little
one.
barbarian in your life to kill the lizard chickens.
And after dropping them, I'm gonna take my last 15 feet heading towards where the necromancer is flying
Okay.
around at. And that's his turn.
I love that you show up, finish the job, and walk away. Like, this is done.
Just like, fuck it.
Guys, get
Just
this over.
back-
More to
go.
kill. There's more to kill.
Alright, Salinas. There's a bunch of zombies behind you. Most of the other zombies have fallen at this point, and you cannot see the necromancer anymore.
Would this movement give me line of sight on the necromancer?
Yeah, I think it should. Yep.
Okay.
I guess it's 70 feet.
Going to
He ran there and ran back and ran there again.
this
Wanna see me
action.
do it again?
Move the
Fire is
sphere.
going to is going to start moving towards the hordes of zombies over there.
That are
It's gonna take a
massacring
couple-
the dwarfs.
It's gonna take a couple turns to get there, but and then to unleash some Eldritch blasts at this wizard.
Alright.
Ooh. 15 hit.
No.
Oof. I was really hoping that because it was a wizard, it might.
Maybe he has.
Might be a.
DM, does he look like he has like a shiny effect around his torso or body in any way? Like, can we infer anything from his?
To you, no, you don't see that. But
Sure.
Salinas sees that when that one missed, it hit, impacted, and there was a shimmer for a moment around his body. Alright, got 11 damage.
15 might not hit, but a 22 sure slaps.
Fuck yeah.
And Salinas will what does he say?
I
Gonna
don't
taunt. He's going to taunt the wizard to try to come after him. Just scream. You have no power here. Just gonna like he doesn't even know what to say. Just kind of yell, scream at the guy, shake his hand. Him. A nimbus of glowing holy light around him.
Alright. Soldiers on their last legs over here. I'll go Slutty Chuckle. Slutty Chuckle's looking too unbloodied at the moment.
My favorite zombies.
Actually, we'll go back and forth between the two of them. Man, awful damage.
Bro, those poor dwarves just get wrecked.
Oh no, dude. I feel like I'm watching like a virus affect a cell. It surrounds it, and that's gonna multiply.
They're like reverse white blood cells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's literally what I was thinking of.
And last attack. And they missed the last one.
They're not doing too hot.
They were doing solid until that whole Circle of Death thing. That was pretty brutal on them.
I should. I'm terrified.
All right, Zedri.
Zedri's gonna go ahead and just like flick his hand, and I guess just a little bit of the skin that's kind of been like coming off will hit into the ground. He's just gonna point over towards the temple to his east, so right on the map. He's just gonna look at the nobles and say, I really need y'all to stop fucking about, and you need to get inside somewhere. I don't care what it takes. I can't handle watching all of you. I mean, I'm really sorry. And he is going to go ahead and move over towards Salinas. But maybe a step back. Oh, cool. That's where he is. Alrighty. Yeah, upon approach, Zedri will see Salinas' gaze and kind of like match it so that he can see this necromancer, and then he's gonna put out his hands, and even though there's just like flesh rotting off of it from this poisonous gas, he is going to go ahead and cast Scorching Ray, and I'll upcast it to level 3, so I'll go ahead and get an extra bolt on that.
Ooh.
Brilliant, yay!
Blocked by
within
armor.
the
Dig.
is in the lightning bolt range.
There we go.
The lightning bolt's gone though. He lost
Ooh.
Con last time.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Yeah,
I
I did.
forgot to do the map to get rid of that.
No, you're okay.
I'm sorry, puppies.
Oh,
I'm saving you.
He's bloody.
That works.
It was almost that 18.
And then also because of my wildfire spirit out, I get to deal an extra d8 on top of this.
Ooh.
Let's see if it's an 8. That would be cool to get. Oh.
He dead, boy.
Knock him off.
Nice job!
Scream!
Fuck yeah.
How's he go
All right.
down?
That last one just is enough that you drop that fourth Scorching Ray, just slightly curving around the pillar as you just be able to see the back end of him. And just catch him, and just as he's about to swoop out of view behind the pillar, just catch him in the back, and he just starts on fire. And he watches his mount turns to smoke and just disappears as the ashes of his body hits the ground. On top of the wagon, unfortunately, but
Oh my god.
he is down.
You christened Deirdre with ash.
Last thing that I'm going to go ahead and do is direct my wildfire spirit just to stay above Kiesel. Just make sure that he's kind of watched over. So I'll have it move over and then just take the dodge action. That'll be my turn.
That'll bring bring us to Artemis. There's no longer any cockatrices to be fighting over here. Find them and get rid of them. But... there we go. Looks like all the action's over here, so... what's it got first? Oh, yeah. Just enough with his 50 feet of movement.
Oh my god.
Try and help the little dwarves. Get advantage, so.
27.
Not that he really needs it when it just has to not roll a 1, so.
And some
Two more damage rolls. Hey, they're looking a little bloodier.
Oh, poor slutty chunk.
Bring up the flabbies. Okay, actually, they're gonna attack before they move off. See if they can finish the dwarves.
No, they can't. The dwarves are beasts. Dwarves are beasts! Oh, man. Oh, man.
Last attack for the zombies.
Oh, dwarvos. Shit.
Just enough.
Just No! Not my dwarves!
chew them up and spit them out and walk away just like thier.
Setting bad examples out there, thier. Alright, Kiesel, you're up.
As the guy, as all of this has happened, flying over here, he gets sniped out, turns to ash. I want to turn to thier, Alfred, and Vault, and just say, the necromancer was a distraction! And I'll point to the zombies that are getting very close to the town, and I'm gonna run to my movement here. And I want to start chucking javelins at them, because I still have those.
Alright.
Oh no. Doesn't matter, still hits. Oh god, I'm doing so poor. Actually, how many do I have? That was one. I have 15. Okay, I'm good. I can chuck them. And you know, believe it or not, that's all I got. So that's going to do it for me.
Those are the only two you chucked.
Yeah, I think so. I think those
Okay.
are the only javelins he's used.
Just checking.
No, I had 20. I used 5 on the
Spitsons.
Merce. But
Yeah, I meant at the beginning. There's
No,
an
that's the
ammo tracker on your actions, and you can click the little check boxes to check that they're gone. So
oh, you're
I
right.
would put the 2 in. I didn't know if you had any others, but
I totally didn't see that. I was literally clicking into my inventory and looking for them. I didn't even see.
yeah, you have to make the actions match the inventory. So I saw you had 15 in your inventory, so I just put 15 on your
Thank you.
action to track them.
Yeah, that's all I've thrown so far.
All right, that brings up the Dwarven nobles. All right, continue to move towards people that can protect them. So, thier, you get the job this time.
Those little. Oh my god.
Ignore Zedri.
Sentry ran away from him. All right, Slutty Chuckle. Looks like Master Artemis is the only person to go after. I don't even know if they can hit Master Artemis.
Oh, if they hit
Yeah.
a 20.
No, they can't with a 2. So.
Definitely not a 2.
Another 2.
Or a 2.
Or 2.
For a dude with like old cane, man, he's pretty
Oh, they
dodgy.
got one in there.
The cane acts like a tail, so it gives them extra balance.
Prehensile cane. Wait.
Alright, that puts us top of the order to Vault.
Okay.
There's just zombies left on the board.
DM, question. In regards to our 2 groups of dying or dead people, do I see any like wiggly movements which would indicate that they are death saving? Or is there some, or is it just like,
Yeah.
okay.
If they're still on the map, they aren't dead.
Okay. All right.
I'll delete them once they're dead. So.
And then in regards to the flying mount, whatever happened to that thing?
It turned to smoke and dissipated,
What?
dropping the body of the necromancer onto the wagon.
So his ashes fluttered down and the thing disappeared like a puff of smoke?
Mhm.
Wow, that's a lot to take in. All right. Well, okay.
Cool yet kind of disappointing ability from my end.
No, it's good. Oof, okay.
It's tied to its master. If the master dies, it dies.
I was thinking if we stole it as a mount, so it's really good that you did that. I was about to be like, yeah, Yoferdir, let's freaking lasso that damn thing. We're getting a new horse. Okay,
Everything we encounter, we either contractualize or
or
domesticate or eat. Yeah.
Okay, so since that's already taken care of, those people are gonna die but be saved because we have all our healers near the R-pads. All right, I'm gonna look over at Yoferdir and Alfred and say, I think we have a chance to save everyone. And then I'm gonna pull my crossbow up and I'm gonna do a steady aim on Shockingly Flabby. I don't know if I can even kill one of them, but I assume at this point. Oh wait. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use my bonus action instead of the other one. I want to actually use the Insightful Fighting against the Shockingly Flabby. How do I Insightful Fighting them?
They're very charismatic, so.
Do I just like do it like normal?
Yeah, you do an insight versus their deception.
Okay.
We'll see how that. Okay, is this the Slutty Chuckle or the Shockingly Flabby?
Shockingly Flabby, sadly. I would like to go after Slutty Chuckle, but I'm a little more worried about Flabbies. So insight check.
I'm doing deception. Oh yeah, -3. This is
Negative
going
3
well.
versus a
All they
24.
have to roll is a 20.
And they roll a 2.
Okay, they got a -1.
He doesn't want to roll. He doesn't want to stop.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to strafe with them. And I'll take my 25 feet of movement. And, oh, God, I don't know what I just did, how much movement I have left. I'm sorry.
That was 15.
Okay.
I saw it.
Okay, thank you.
You're right next
I
to
let
me.
go of it a little too quickly. So what I'm going to do is get up about there, and then I'm going to fire at the zombie horde there with Insightful Fighting and make a little ranged attack with my lovely magical repeating crossbow. I just love this damn thing. Can I drop it on the zombies? Is that right?
Yeah, excellent. That's fine. Oh yeah, that hits.
That's a big old hit. It didn't do the sneak attack, so because I didn't turn it on because I'm dumb. Sorry.
So just
3 more
roll the
d6.
dice, and
Yeah.
I'll throw them on.
You guys want to know something funny? I realized I'd been rolling d6s for my crossbow when I didn't have sneak attack instead of d8s because I'm smart.
Bruh. Oh my god.
So 17 damage. I guess maybe taking one of them out because I can't AoE a crossbow bolt.
Yeah, you're diminishing it down. There's 5 left
All right. Cool.
in that herd.
Nice.
Horde.
That's the end of my turn.
Sounds better. I like it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Alrighty. That means we get to guys that are gone. So Alfred.
Oh shit.
You've been running all over the map, and you're gonna end up back where the first guys you were fighting 5 minutes ago were.
Yeah, no. Alfred ran all the way over this way, and now he's just gonna run right back the same direction. It's only been like 18 seconds since he ran over here.
Running a combine.
Oh god. Yeah.
A pacemaker test.
Oh, why is it weird? Alfred is going to move 15 over. Give me a dialogue box on. Oh god. Fantasy Grounds yelled at me.
Oh no.
Angered it.
He is going to run up to Kiesel and say, I guess we've got to get all this under control. Are you ready? He's going to put his hands on the Kiesel and he's going to cast Haste. Where he's going to channel the Light of Infernus through him. And as such, it is going to flow through Kiesel and empower him.
Ah, fuck, Alfred, is my heart supposed to be burning this much?
Go! Let the Light of Infernus burn through you. And then afterwards, Alfred is going to take one more step in between the two of them and take a shot at the farther zombie horde.
Okay.
I hit with an 8.
Yep.
I nearly did more damage than my roll was.
Yes.
I think that is it. There we go.
All right. Cedric, give me another death save roll over there. Or actually, no, Salinas, why don't you give me the roll since you're over there too?
I don't want to
We'll
be
mix it
culpable
up.
for this.
How's our pad?
It's a team effort if they die.
Dude, Conrad's had good rolls though, pretty much. And so I feel like it's gonna be good. They're gonna be
That was a
fine.
good one.
They're fine. They're stabilizing right now.
All right, Yoferdir.
All right. He's
A bunch of
gonna.
battered and beaten dwarves next to you.
I'm just gonna turn to these stupid nobles and point to the temple and be like, "Get in the temple!" And then I'm gonna take my movement, 40 feet, and then I'll dash another. I'll dash another 30 feet up there. And yeah, since I dashed, that is it.
All right.
All three of us just see you for your run right past us.
Salinas then.
So, was the body of the necromancer fully cremated, or is he also making death saves right now?
You can't see him.
I need to move a little bit anyway. Move. Back down this way.
Okay.
I'm back towards the action.
I just what?
Is there a body?
There's
Was
a
it just
fire.
ash? What?
What sort of what? Can you say that
There's
again?
a wagon with a fire in it.
I'm going to Oof. I am deeply sorry, Deirdre.
Cremation happens eventually anyway.
I'm going to. I'm still too far away to hit the shockingly flabby.
What about Slutty Shackle?
I was gonna do the slutty chuckle. I'm going to bonus action Healing Light on House Arpad.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice. 6 in there.
it's not going to be much. I can pick up one of them probably.
Yep.
Then going to do another Sacred Flame.
Oh yeah, it definitely failed.
Ooh, that's not great on the dice.
Frenier, you're ready to swing away at this thing and fire starting on things.
That's all I got.
They don't seem to understand. They just kind of wave their arms still towards you and Master Artemis flailing with flames behind them. Zedri, you're looking a little rough over there.
Hurting very much. Zedri is going to go ahead and
Hire a
come down over
dermatologist.
here. Well, he had a chemical peel. It's okay. And
A
then
little extreme. It's supposed to stop at a certain level.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my other 15. And then seeing the dwarven nobles, Zedri will just go ahead and say to them, I really need y'all to go ahead and go in there, please. And he's gonna hold out the staff of healing, and he's gonna go ahead and cast the last charge from it to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds towards them.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes, because technically I have to, and I get an extra D8 because of my fire spirit. I also have to go ahead and roll, since that was the last charge on the staff.
Please.
It is a D20. All
Way
right.
to roll.
It does not break then, luckily. But yeah, Zedri's gonna go ahead and direct his wildfire spirit back to him.
I
I'm
didn't
gonna go ahead and
see the
make
Cure
sure.
Wounds dice come through. I just saw your extra D8. The other two didn't register, so.
The here. Let me re-roll it then. Cure wounds. There you go.
Okay, so 13 total. All right.
Oh, better the second time around. But yeah, he's gonna direct his wildfire spirit to him. And he is going to have it to the best of his ability. Whoa. To the best of his ability, have it hover like over him or next to him.
Okay.
Just like continually pointing towards the temple for these nobles.
It's a big road sign up here.
Yes, and I'll have my like Firebird like drift back and forth like in its square, like also directing them kind of. That'll be it.
All right. Okay, that it for you?
Mhm.
All right. Master Artemis with the good old zombies here. Don't roll ones, Master Artemis.
Advice for anyone.
All right, 4 hits. I'll bring up the flabbies and They are... I'll put them as in the process of leaving the map.
Oh, that's our last round
But-
of combat to catch.
As you see them like just continuing to gravitate towards the top, you watch as a charge of about 20 catfolk holding tridents come charging into this part of the map, just past, and just impale them and start running them forward as they take them out, and come join the battle down here with the rest of you and help you mop up the remaining zombies. To the point where we don't have to listen to the crying puppy anymore because there is no sign of any enemies left on the map at that point.
DM, may I interject one quick question, the kind of point?
Sure.
Insofar as the horde of slutty chuckle zombies is still existent before they are run through by catfolk, could I ask that one is left alive so we can just watch where it goes? Because I want to see what their plan was. Like, if it's only one zombie,
Yeah, you could try and stop them from going and engaging with them, and if you want to just watch one wander around.
Yeah, I just want to see where one would go by itself. Like in a
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my.
Yeah, so they come in, they wipe out the shockingly flabby ones. They come down, join you, Yofredir and Artemis, who've got these remaining ones surrounded down here, and whittle them away. Well, we'll say Yofredir wipes out all but one, because he will. So, so there's just the one, and the one just continues to wander northward. Doesn't. Aside from going north further into the city, there's no indication of like a specific location. If you want to continue following it through the city, it just keeps on going until it gets to the northern wall, and just running it, attempting to claw its way through
the wall,
the wooden palisade.
All right, I guess we gotta take it down then. Or there's no gates or anything we could like let it through. Just like
You'd have to. I mean, you could corral it towards a gate if you want to hurt it and see where it goes next.
Yeah, in a scientific experiment, if everyone's not dying, I mean, this is definitely a like lower priority than saving people's lives. But if like everything is safe and people are tended to, then I would like to run the experiment, and I'll like AFK while I do that. But that is under the presumption that people aren't just dying on the streets because I'm watching a single slutty chuckle zombie.
With the one, and is anybody else joining Vault's experiment?
I have a couple questions unrelated.
Yofredir will stick with Vault. That way he's not by himself.
Right.
Yofredir will go with Yofredir, who will go with Vault.
Yep.
Three of us.
Kiesel's, what's your questions?
Okay, so a bunch of catfolk just came out of which direction?
From the northwest gate, Pantheon Sphere.
How many of them were there?
Just under 20. They look pretty beat up. And not from this battle.
That's what I was worried about. Shit.
And as things kind of diminish as you're starting to do your experiment, you notice that there is smoke coming from elsewhere in the city.
Oh no, huh?
It would be a safe assumption that you were on one front, but not the only front.
Alright, I think it's probably time to put a leash on this zombie and take care of the rest of that shit. Sorry.
Venus would like to ask Zedri to walk up to Zedri, sort of right as the catfolk are still coming in and we're still in the midst of battle. I have a little bit of healing left. Do you think that there is going to be any more fighting? I think we should try and do what we can to save what's left of these people.
I absolutely think so. And at this point, Zedri would probably catch sight of in his peripheral that the wagon is on fire. Correct?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. He would quickly try to run to the wagon.
Slinus is going to expend the rest of his healing dice. 3 on the Arpad nobles and 2 on the No nobles.
Okay.
Two hands raise up, just whoever he can catch, and he is fully out of everything now.
So wait, where are these catfolk like currently? Are they still like on the map, or did they just like?
They'd be roughly where the fallen dwarves
Roughly.
are.
But there's not like a token or anything for them.
I can throw a token out there if you want it.
I'm just I'm gonna run up to them. Oh well, that was very convenient. You all look like you've seen better days. Where did you all come from?
They're all kind of confused watching Vault go walking his zombie off in the distance as to why are we stopping. But we were dealing with things over in the town proper where there wasn't anything stopping them.
Who am I talking to? Is this just like some guy, or is he like important? Is there anybody distinguishing themselves as having like more armor than the? Okay. You think, well, that's where they came from? Was that? Did they just show up? Because we were headed over here for the state, whatever, the city funeral, and they just came over the hill. But
We were in the fortress before the alarm bells got sounded, and then we came out of the fortress and quickly found people screaming and went towards the source of the screaming. We
well, then
cleaned things up over there and headed checked out over here because there were still signs of some sort of battle coming from inside the Pantheon sphere, and came in here and found whatever was left of whatever you lot took care of.
Yes, there was a lot, and there was somebody on a big winged thing casting spells and trying to murder everybody. I believe maybe those nobles are 3 times reborn. And I'll point over to where Arpad is in the vague distance.
Oh, they were out in the open during all this?
Yeah, you would have figured they would have, helped other civilians or done something, but no, they just kind of stood there. They didn't even look like they were, like, leisurely sitting or anything. They were just kind of standing there observing. Like, there was no urgency. They just kind of took it, and then they died 3 times. Rich people are into some weird shit, man. I'll be honest with you.
He gives a smirk, and I probably better go check in with what's going on over there.
Sure, but whatever. I'll just let them go do their self-important thing.
Cedric, you taking care of a fire?
Yes. I had set my bedroll on top of Deirdre's body. So whenever this flaming corpse fell, did it hit right onto the bedroll or elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's body laying on body with a sleeping bag in between. It's more so kind of cattywampus laying across, but your bedroll's pretty smoldered and toast at this point, but you're able to stop the flames before there's very little left of the body of the necromancer.
Mm-hmm.
Your bedroll's unsalvageable at this point, but Lady Deirdre's pretty bad shape, but still for the most part there.
Okay. That's the most important thing. Zedri's gonna just come over and see if there's anything to sift through from the body of this necromancer, any sort of debris or refuse that's on the.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh, you're gonna do so good. You're gonna do so good on this.
Mm-hmm.
Get you a necromancer ring.
Are you going to pet yourself?
Actually, I am gonna go ahead and call out to Briora and say, "I'm so sorry that this is happening. This isn't the way that it was supposed to be, and I'm really hoping that moving forward we can maybe do something a little more proper. And I'm gonna use my favor so that I can get a D4 on this roll. Because I don't trust myself. Yeah.
Oh no! Get a 4. Never mind.
No.
The goddess guides you. It's what she's saying. You don't need it. You know what I mean?
No, Cedric, you should have. Cedric should have prayed to
Wait.
Inverness.
I actually have a second inspiration because I did not just get the one that we got in the session, but you gave me one. So I'm going to go ahead and use that because I feel like this is really important. And I guess I can't use my favor on. What the fuck?
Oh no!
Okay, with an 11. Sifting through what's in the wagon, that's with what there is for remains, you don't find much. But as you're kind of disappointed and turning back away, you see this staff laying off to the side. It's heavily damaged, but pretty good presumption that this is the necromancer's staff. It is a long, very dark walnut wood staff with a metal skull at the top of it. The skull's pretty dented in and beaten up from hitting the ground, and part of the staff is broken and in pieces, but might be something of note.
Yeah, Zedriel will go ahead and take just if there's any like burnt bits of cloth or anything like that, and like wrap his hand before he grabs the staff.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the damage that it's taken, the staff, is it of good enough make that it would still be usable?
For what purpose?
Not for bonking. That's not Zedri's thing. But if there's any sort of way to identify if there's like magic imbued in this staff, and if as a result of the damage it's been severed at all.
Give me an Arcana.
You're gonna do great.
Don't really know. It was, you can, with a 9, make a pretty good assumption that it was a magical staff, but whether it still has magic attached to it or not is unknown to you. Between your 11 investigation and 9 Arcana.
Yeah. Then the last thing that Zedri just wants to do is just take off any sort of scorched coverings to Deirdre and just make sure that she's lying flat in the wagon, attempting to kind of like help her along as best as possible, that she isn't laid upon any like scorched area that might like rub off soot onto her outfit or skin in a disrespectful manner.
Fortunately, you find that most of the fire was to the dried flowers that had been laid around her body. That's where those were quick kindling to start on fire, as well as this, your bedroll on top, which just kind of smoldered on top. That with a decent amount of work, you can kind of spruce things up a little bit to the point that she didn't take a terrible large amount of damage from it. A little bit of sooty clothing in some places, a couple scorched holes, but ultimately, all things considered, it could have been a lot worse.
Are there horses hitched up to this cart?
Not anymore, no.
Okay, bro, just want to make sure.
Salinas also wanted to come and check on Deirdre's body after he finished doing the healing that he could for the nobles.
Mm-hmm.
And he just also wants to check, see if there's maybe a skull left. Necromancer's skull, if he left.
Did he leave it behind? Did he say, I'm going to put this here and get it later?
I mean, like, from his dead body, I mean. Like, from his corpse. Is his skull still there?
Parts of it.
Is it intact?
No, parts of it.
You can make a necklace out of them.
Yeah, that's not much use to me.
Yeah, falling down the 60 feet, coming down, it pretty much everything kind of just broke into pieces. Flaming pieces, but pieces.
Then I will help Zedri clear out the cart and the scorch marks and do whatever I can to help him make Jitter's body presentable.
So, Salinas, can you do the thing that Alfred can do? Where you like, can you investigate stuff?
Oh, that is not one of my skills. I do know a little bit about magic. Why do you ask?
This, and it's just kind of like at his side, but he'll just like shift it. He'll grind it actually against the stone ground and not even pick it up and just be like, I'm just wondering about this.
DM, could I also make an Arcana check at the staff?
Yeah.
It was almost 19.
That's better.
Almost at 19.
Well, I mean, at this point, Alfred would be making his way over that way for
Sure.
a separate reason. Before he gets distracted with the staff and two, can he take a walk over to Deirdre's body and just sort of like give it a once over?
Sure.
Just like he's seeing if there's like any sort of like any foreign marks that, or like any sort of symbols that, or like anything around her, like behind her ear or
Okay.
such.
Give me an investigation.
Yeah, sure. All right, great rolls tonight, boys.
And
No mark on the ear.
Okay.
Aside from that, you don't find any marks of the type you're looking for. You're only have so much time to really give it a good once over because the family comes over to check on things as they're starting to put themselves back together.
Right. No, definitely just a quick one glance. That's sufficient.
And Salinas, with your 14 Arcana, you don't know anything more than Zedri.
Alfred did make a good point. Is there enough? There's probably not enough like clothing or anything left from the necromancer to like see any symbology or like. Okay.
All you got is the staff.
Enough.
Could I walk in the direction that I have been walking? House Arpad, are they limping like they're hurt, or are there a couple of them dead?
One is dead. No.
Is it the air?
3 are dead. 6 are alive.
Okay. I don't really have a move for this.
And no, Balin is one of the deceased.
What is going on with Zedri's staff?
It's
He's
to use the charges on it.
Oh.
he's taking off the charges.
oh jeez. I want to turn then if House Thana nobles are still by the wildfire spirit. Does there look to be a boss, like a noblest of the nobles? Is there someone who seems to be more important than anybody else?
You gather that there's one that's kind of there's one talking to that sergeant that you were talking to before. So
Can I get any sort of like comms on that? Can I eavesdrop a little bit?
basically getting a status report as to what they saw, roughly the same report that you got as to things going on in the west. But you can see to the east that there's smoke over to that part too. At least in the next district, can't tell exactly how far away. I'll give you a picture.
Oh,
Ooh.
sure. Please have like like MS Paint icons for fire, just like pasted on top.
Look at that guy.
Oh my god!
What a
wow, he looks
cutie.
like-
With the chicken leg or turkey leg over here.
with the turkey leg.
Gotta have the turkey leg.
And he's got them steel blue fingernails painted. Yes, sir.
I didn't notice that. Nice catch.
Oh man, dude.
Oh, an eye.
He goes with the sergeant as the sergeant signals for some of the catfolk, trident wielding catfolk, to come over, and they start heading off. He turns before he goes to leave, though, and just is kind of looking about your group. Any response to that from anybody in the group?
That they're
that?
gonna be walking.
Basically, just him looking at all of you and just kind of surveying who's there.
I think
Yofrid
Yofrid and I
and
are out of range, right? Sorry.
At this point in time, it's up to you wherever you guys are. If you're Yofrid and Vault, you guys are off following your zombie. So
Sorry.
So are you in charge of everything here? Are you leading whatever's going on here?
yes, I am Lord Thana. You must be the leader of this group. We gotta go check on some things. If some of you want to accompany us, that's fine. Otherwise, if you want to come up to the estate later, I appreciate all of your help out here, and we'll get you, properly recognized for your service to the city. We need to make sure that everything is taken care of first. If you want to accompany, that's fine. Otherwise, my soldiers and I need to go deal with this.
Deal with it how? You're gonna watch some more civilians get eaten by the undead. Maybe zapped while you all stood there while we did all the heavy lifting. You're gonna go and do what? Watch these other people massacre these things for us? Are you gonna have a nice comfy pad? What are we gonna do? Now we have to bury more bodies. Kiesel is just very tensely, arms
He looks at Alfred.
crossed.
He looks at Alfred. Like,
Oh, fuck
you
off.
need to get. I said we appreciate everything you've done. We need to go deal with if there's other people under attack. And I appreciate everything. I understand this has been a tense situation, so I'm gonna forgive that. And he just like points his finger at you, Kiesel. It's like, but watch yourself.
I'll just mutter under my breath, fuck off.
Does Salinas notice this?
I mean, you'd be there. Anybody except for Vault and Yofrid here would be there for this.
All of them can go fuck themselves.
Zedri would not, because Zedri immediately after like the moment with Salinas and seeing the approach of the Arpads, he is going to run around the pillar to Valen's body. Is it still sitting there, or have they been like moving it?
They're all still like half of them went over to go deal with Deirdre, and the other half are still trying to get to their feet and get back up and going.
So just going to reach in his pouch and with a closed hand, just kind of walk up to them and say, "Hey, it's kind of beyond me to be able to save everybody, but I can save some. So if you wouldn't mind, could I go ahead and sit with Lord Valen for a second?"
Yeah, whatever. The trauma and just complete out of it at this point.
Yeah, Zedri will go ahead and take a seat next to the corpse, open up his hands. There's a pretty sizable diamond in it. And he is going to go ahead and offer a prayer to Infernus and see if he can cast Revivify.
All right.
Which I don't know if I need to roll for it, since this is the first time this has happened.
Okay, so you're doing this as a prayer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Revivify. Is that DC 35 or? Yeah,
Third
it's a DC
level.
35.
Shit! Damn it. Okay.
You gotta roll good on this one. You just can't half-ass that on a 10 or something.
I know. Yeah. The fact that any of them did not survive is horrible, but the fact that he gave a second thought to if he had to save individuals, who it was going to be, makes him feel even worse. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and make the check. So if I'm doing it as a prayer, then that means I am consuming the spell slot still, right?
No.
Oh,
If you're doing it as a prayer, you aren't using. You don't use your diamond.
No. I'm using the diamond. I'm casting the spell.
So if you just do it as a spell, it's just a spell. So.
Oh, solid. Then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it as a spell. He's offering a prayer. He still is attaching it to a deity, but yeah, no, he's ready to consume the diamond for this.
Okay.
Sorry, misunderstood.
No problem.
My last third level spell slot, though.
It's a moment where there's nothing. The individuals around you still seem kind of confused. One of them's watching you, seeing just a little bit of blue energy coming off of you. And finally you just see like a finger twitch. And then starts to move further up the hand as the body just starts to twitch a little bit. And then just slowly you watch the chest start to rise as Lord Balin's body starts to come back to life.
It isn't like necromantic in any way, right? Like he's not like snapping body, like stuff like that.
Nothing
Okay,
creepy.
good.
Just like somebody that momentary watching somebody and wondering, are they like, are you breathing? To, yeah, they're breathing. Oh, okay. It's a sign of relief that they're acting like a normal person, just laying there sleeping at this point.
And then the last thing, he'll just cast Goodberry and disperse those out to whoever's looking the best right now, I guess. Most coherent, at least maybe somebody.
Damn, I'm gonna be hungry later.
But just making sure that whoever seems the most coherent and maybe the like one who's taking the most leadership role out of it, making sure others are good and checking in with them. He'll go ahead and drop the berries with them, and just let them know to give one to everybody.
I would like to use my brain here for a second. Last time I spoke, I used my heart, but I do want to use my brain. Info on zombies. Are they created or is it like a viral infection? Because I need to know real quick if I have any know-how on how zombies work. Is it a bite you're gone, or do they have to be like with magic infused?
You can give me a nature, arcana, or medicine. Your call.
Arcana plus nature.
Remember, you get different information based on what you roll. So
well,
the number.
The medicine's the only one that I'm gonna have.
Roll high enough at any of them, it should pretty much give you an answer as to understanding how they work. So,
I guess from the medical aspect, it would make the most sense. But Keystol would be. Nope. Any threads? Any thread? Oh fuck! This was 20.
I don't have a lot of knowledge on how undead work, other than they suck.
They do indeed suck, and they slap around too, sluttily.
That's true.
So is Zedri like reviving him with the staff just like in one hand and like the diamond in the other? Or what's happening with that staff?
He set the staff down beside him, and he like focused with the diamond.
I think by this time, like Alfred would offer to like take a look at it if you hadn't like already.
Yeah, Zedri will look up and just be like, "Oh yeah, I was telling Salinas that you're probably the one. He can't do the things that you can do, and like checking it out and everything like that. But maybe you could like teach it to him sometime. I think that might be pretty helpful to have multiple people who can check out things, cross-reference."
Maybe I could teach him. I don't know though. Because then I would have to lend him my equipment as Alfred like starts like taking out his packs and start unpacking his like his little doodads and whatnot. And I love Salinas. Don't get me wrong, but I've had some of these things for most of my life. I mean, this thing is older than Cybil by at least 3 times, and he's holding like just like this little like circular piece that's a magnifying glass. Maybe I could teach him some basics, but I'll get him his own set maybe.
Yeah,
Alfred will sit down and start identifying the staff.
Do you think you can finish taking care of Indra's body?
You're asking Zedri?
Yes.
Zedri will say, yeah, I can, but I mean, there's still a proper ritual that needs to go to it. They weren't going to cremate the body until she was on the surface of the water.
Yes, I meant more about like cleaning up the other stuff on the cart.
Oh, I mean, the fire kind of did that. I kind of wiped off some of it, and he'll hold up his hands, and they are like sooty.
All right. I think I'm going to go with Lord Donna.
Okay.
And I will walk up to them as they're preparing to leave. I would be Lord Donna, give a bow. I would be happy to accompany you. I am not too injured after this past battle.
More firepower, the better. Whoever's coming from your group kind of gets a little side eye to Kiesel. It's like, it's fine. Just we're heading over and go see what the status of the rest of the districts in the city are.
I'll go with him.
Okay. So as all this was going on, you two on zombie babysitting duty, you'd be at the clawing through the wall stage of it just like butting up against the wall. Are you corralling it towards the gate then?
I have a question on its movement. Is it like kind of beelining like in a singular direction? Is it like zigzag? Okay, if it is, then yeah, I want to get it through the gate. And if possible, I don't think I have any rope, but if Yofordir is with me, I'd probably like, we should probably leash this thing kind of conversation and ask him if he has any rope or a way to leash it.
Yeah, I'd have 50 feet of rope with me.
Excellent. Yeah. So let's make sure this can't hurt anything, but let's see where it goes. It might give us some clue as to what their actual objective is here. And then as I say that, I want to look out and scan the skyline to the degree that I can. Obviously, with the wall and everything up nearby, it's probably going to obscure my vision, but maybe either as we go through or as we were approaching said wall. Does the smoke still seem very active? Do I hear sounds of battle? What sort of environmental cues can I get?
You don't hear anything. Well, we got to do a perception roll, right?
Yay! I love perception rolls. I almost rolled persuasion. Persuade my ears to hear things.
So route you would have went right past the east side of House Arpad as you were headed towards the wall, just so you know. Okay. 24 perception. You hear some crying, some screaming and stuff, but not like urgent screaming, like, aha, found something horrible
Sure.
screaming, but it's all coming from left and right, not in front of you.
Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, I definitely want to get this. I'm going to keep moving with the zombie here then.
Okay. So you'll head them towards that north gate out of Pantheon Sphere.
Yeah.
Would be the closest.
Sure.
Okay, so you're doing that. Salinas is heading off with Carlo and the troops into Bramblewood Airy. And
Well, I guess before I go, I would say to the people who are right there in the vicinity, any of the other party members would like to accompany me.
I'll be over in just a bit. I was taking a look at the staff, but I mean, I guess I could come first. Like, that might be a little bit more pressing. I just have to get packed up now. Shit.
Sorry to make you unpack, Alfred.
No, I mean, I offered. I saw the staff, and I was just, I was interested too, but oh fuck. Alfred's just gonna start like carefully putting his set back together.
It's fine. I'll go ahead and keep it safe in the meantime. And I'm gonna probably just make sure that everybody here is healed up as best possible.
okay, so Alfred, once he has his stuff packed up, is joining Zedri. You're checking on everybody heal-wise.
Mhm.
Kiesel.
Kiesel will just remain silent. If a mass group of us move in a direction, I will also move in that direction, but I have no words, especially not in anywhere near the vicinity of the rats of House Thana. And I won't even pronounce their name correctly, that's how I feel.
All right, Zedri, once you have people healed up, are you going with them, or are you just sticking around to check wounds?
No, Cedric's gonna stay around and check wounds, and
Okay. So Kiesel and Zedri would still be staying in Pantheon Sphere. Everybody else is gone from the party.
Well, if like the majority of the party was walking, I was also just gonna fall in line and follow everyone else. But
Well, we're kind of split into three.
yeah,
You got two at the north, you got two going with the group, and the two of you are still left behind at this point. Artemis is going with Carlo and his contingent.
so you can feel safe to go if you're worried about everybody being split up.
yeah, but what's that gonna leave you?
Well, I'm about to push these folks probably inside of the temple, and make sure that we can clear out the space as much as possible before. Maybe I can try to get a broom or something, and he just kind of like looks around.
I think my skills are gonna be needed elsewhere, even though I would like to stay here and help. I'll just kind of like shrug towards the weapons on my back. You know how it is. And I'll just turn from Zedri and go where I'm needed. So I'll go towards heading town. But as like, are we passing or intercepting these two goofies just watching the dog on the leash who just barely gets to like the edge of the property
They're quite
line?
a ways away.
Okay, then. Oh my god. We're
Yeah,
walking
you're like
in a
150 feet away from where you guys are going, so
I can tell where we're going though. Like if I step out of line, I'm not gonna ask the people.
not gonna what?
Like the nobles and everything that like we're walking with, going back into the town. If I were to like run out of that mob to talk to these two, it's not like I'm gonna lose them. They're not gonna travel like a mile, but I turn my
It's
back.
clear which part of the town they're going into.
Okay, then I'm gonna fall out of line. I'm gonna run towards where Yofredir and Vault are, and then I'm just gonna kind of hastily tell them, the nobles and I think someone affiliated with the city, they have weapons and they killed a bunch of stuff, are going back into the town. So, not to leave you two behind, but Zedri is going to stay here and do cleanup and tend to wounds, but the rest of us are going to go back into the town and help hopefully eliminate some more of this threat. So just so we're not all split up, or at least if we are, everyone will know where we...
Oh, Kiesel, that's wonderful news. If there's more threat, then we should deal with that more pressing concern, but we have at least a lead here. Maybe we can stake him down. And I'd look around, like, is there a place we could tie our zombie off to? Can we just, like,
So
leash him up?
Walking Dead, and I'm here for it.
You've acquired like 3 onlookers that are following along, one of which is part of the city guard that's just like, they don't know whether to stop you or to go with you because you're walking your pet zombie down the street.
During an apocalypse, it's a kind of strange move. I get it. All right, fair enough. Excuse me, gods. We have the smallest hint of a lead, but I need your help. Would you mind making sure this zombie stays undead? And, like, I'll hold the leash out and just be like, please tie him up and keep him. And I'm going to look at him and, like, with this kind of quizzical look, like, safe for the time being. The magic that reanimated him, I believe, is still coursing through, and we may get an idea of what the goal of this was. And until that point, I'd like to at least keep this lead. Can you help me with this?
All right, but if he get any funny business, I'm chopping him up.
Oh, sure. Prioritize your own safety, by all means.
He's a dwarf wielding a glaive, and so he takes the lead, and then he's got his glaive. He's like poking at it.
Yes.
Keep it away.
Oh my god.
Which isn't hard because it's staying at the end of the leash like a balloon, pulling at the string, trying to go north.
If they're my good sir, what is your name?
Marcus.
Marcus, what a wonderful name. I've been staying at, and I'm sorry, DM and guys, I forgot the name of our inn again. What is our
Night Seal?
We've been staying at the Mill Seal. No, sorry, the Night Seal. The Night Seal Inn. I want to know where this creature is heading. It's your choice if you'd like to stake him down here and wait for me to return, or if you'd be so willing as to find out where it leads you and report in to us at the Night Seal. That would be absolutely lovely. I don't know if he can do that.
I'll see.
Before he answers, I guess I'll just say...
I don't know. I'll see.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for your help. We're going to keep Ergard safe, and then I'll head off with Kiesel wherever he was indicating.
And I'm gonna go back and re-find the group and kind of like intercept them with my new party members. All right,
yes, the new
consolidation.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we take our break since we're well past that point? So, and we'll be back 5 minutes or so. Thanks, those of you tuning in, watching live, or in the future, watching on demand.
Dun, 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 dun.
Thanks for checking out. We'll be back in around 5 or so minutes. Probably 1 or 2 people might stick around to chat. This is always the odd, strange, and interesting where this chat goes. So, but I am going to step away for a moment. So I will be right back.
We got a pet zombie, guys. I'm so excited.
Right.
Bro, we have now officially turned this into Call of Duty zombies. Leave the crawler alive.
I still think that there's a chance. There's a chance that this might lead us somewhere.
I think it's a good idea.
What if he went straight north and he just walks into like the river that like the bridge, it just sinks straight. It's just like he was only sent north.
I really wanted to try and check to see if he had the same symbology as Quang.
Ooh, oh man! Now that we at least have one zombie, we might be able to do that. And then we also need to investigate where they came from through the breach. But after we figure out if the town is actually safe, right? If we get the town safe, then we can do all sorts of stuff, and eventually get back to smuggling. All right, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'll be right back. Conrad, you're hosting it solo for a moment.
Sure. Those of you in the chat, have any questions? Any comments? Who do you think sent the zombies to attack Ergard?
Or alternatively, what is your favorite colors?
Also that. Do you think the zombie's favorite color is? Round off guesses in the chat. If you are watching this later on YouTube, sound off your guesses in the comments. AJ, I really wish we could have checked for biology on the necromancer.
Oh, well, I mean, better believe that Zedri's about to go check in with the temple. There's a temple of Noctalis right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to know if this is the same group as Quang. I'm hoping that we can get some more insight from going around to the other fields of battle.
We're too quiet, folks.
I don't know. I'm trying.
I'm doing the last screw. Yes, it's the last screw for the motherboard. I'm building a PC, folks. So prepare yourselves for crisper video and the same exact audio because I'm using the same mic. But it's finally in there. Yeah. I think all of the screws are tight. Dang, I'm so glad we didn't have to run in any blink dogs.
We could have studied them and then extract the power of blink for ourselves.
I really wanted to, because I wanted them all to get used. So the blink dog zombies and the giant owl zombies, I wanted to bring them in, but I decided there was enough crap on the battlefield, so.
Who?
Giant owls and blink
No,
dogs.
that was the joke. Because who? Because it was owls, but
Imagine if Yovator had the blink ability.
That would be truly menacing. Would be an absolute menace to society.
But it wouldn't be as cool because then you wouldn't be able to just walk away after nonchalantly killing things. It'd be blinking away, and it'd be like, oh, it wasn't cool. It's like awesome instead, in a whole different way.
Oh yeah.
Get Alfred on that. Need an item that lets for your blink.
For RGB breathing sheet.
Oh no. Is Cedric gonna be a RGB gamer boy?
No. It is a white PC though, which I'm excited about.
I'm an RGB gamer boy. Oh no, you can't see it.
Hey, there you go.
RGP's where it's at.
That red dragon. I love you too.
This is incredible.
Except for
Love you too.
Here.
Love you too, Ernie.
All right. How we doing, guys?
Love him. Great, we love you.
Oh, great. Love you guys too.
right.
Are we back in?
I think we're ready to go back.
All right.
The last screw went into AJ's computer, so we're all good.
Ooh. Congratulations. Satisfying.
Thank you.
Can we stay on intermission so you can try and boot it and get it all running?
No, that was just the
we'll be here
motherboard.
for
I haven't
a
put the
couple
graphics card in. I still have to put in the power supply. It didn't work.
You just led me with the last screw then. I thought we were done. Okay. Anyway, we're back. Thanks for sticking around or tuning in whatever way you are. And yeah. So, guys all kind of heading off in your own directions here post-battle. Those of you that head off to, if you pull up the city map there, I can share it if anybody needs me to.
Is it 4 of us together, and then our 2 fire hearts are still tending to the wounded?
No, it is 5 of you together, and 1 fire heart is still tending.
Oh no!
Just Zedri is back there.
God, I feel like a jerk.
Okay, so the 5 of you that go into Bramblewood Airy quickly find that there's really no signs of damage there, and so Lord Carlo leads the group down to the southern gate into Woodvale, but you could see there's a good amount of smoke in Woodvale. Get there, and there are numerous guards, individuals, everybody's kind of pitching in, doing what they can to try and put out fires where things have gotten out of hand. This is the first time you've been in this district. This is the district you were pointed towards as if you wanted the high-end inn. It ain't that high-end anymore. It's about half burned at this point.
Oh.
As are what you can presume are educational institutions, as this is the education district of the city.
Oh no.
Our books.
There is considerable amount of damage and a lot of dead and injured people. There was a pretty large incursion here, but it appears to have been put to rest. You can still see smoke off to the east, presumably either coming from Parkside or Oidar. The guards that you are with had come from Oidar. They had said that had been taken care of. Whether you believe them or not, that's up to you. Parkside doesn't really have anything in it other than trees and mausoleums, and there was probably some people there just because of the procession, but it's not really a heavily developed area, so the likelihood that there's much to go deal with there is pretty slim. Zedri, you're able to help individuals and get people situated. Everybody's very thankful that it's not in trauma.
As we're walking through Woodvale, Alfred would go ahead and use control flames as much as he can, just
Sure.
not going off the path or anything, but just anything that he sees.
Pitching in, help out.
Yeah.
Yep. You're able to help out with putting out some of the fires on the university college that's there in the center, that center circle of Woodvale.
They have a university.
Are there any buildings that seem to still have people in them?
It seems everybody is out on the streets.
Is out on the streets? Okay.
Yeah,
There's no one who looks like they need.
They are chipping in. If they are incapable, they are on the ground next to the buildings, getting medical attention from people.
I would like to go to somebody who. I'd like to first go to somebody who looks injured.
Sure.
I guess as they're being tended to. Excuse me, if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask a couple questions about this situation.
You find a male human, middle-aged. Kind of hard to tell what color his hair was before all the soot and stuff got into it, and a little bit of blood on his head. It looks like it's not like readily running, but that it's been stopped to some degree. He kind of looks at you glassy-eyed for a moment before. What?
What happened?
Place started on fire. I tried to get out, and there was these things. Looked like people. And just a couple dwarves, but they were. They looked like they had some disease or something. They were. I don't know. Rotting, and they pushed us back into the building, and we had to try and fight our way out. And last thing I remember was falling backwards, and then I woke up out here on the street. Somebody had apparently pulled me out of the building.
Do you remember if there was an explosion or a loud sound in the air, or were these human-looking things, did they have torches that they were throwing?
No, I didn't see any torches or hear any explosions. I mean, there was a lot of calamity. I heard some roaring. First, we just thought somebody was playing a trick. Then it just kept on going and getting closer and louder, and there's something down the road there in the middle of the road, and he points down the road. You can clearly see there's another corpse of a zombie spike tail collapsed in the street about 2 blocks down. I don't know what the heck that thing is. I don't know if that's what the roaring was, but...
Well, whatever it was, I'm sure glad you didn't find yourself on... And I'll just give him like a pat on the back, just kind of like, you know, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna leave, but I want to leave him in good spirits. I just kind of want to like thank him for.
I'm glad everything worked out for you too.
Oh, dude, come on. Okay, next, can I find someone who doesn't look as fucked up as someone?
Okay.
I want to get two sides of the story. I want someone in the action and someone observing the action.
Okay.
So I want to find
someone.
someone.
Head a little bit more towards where the zombie spike tail body is. You find a female catfolk who's in front of a building that's been damaged. There isn't any fire damage, just like the front wall has been caved in a little bit, and she's doing her best to like pick up debris and pull it out of this place.
I'll join her in the debris pulling, and I want to get her attention. I know you're very busy, but do you mind if I could just ask a couple questions of what you saw here?
Yeah, just thanks for the help pitching in.
Yeah, of course.
Trying to clean up the shop. I don't know what the hell that all was. It's gonna take forever to fix. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't complain. There's people injured out there. They can all be fixed.
Do you remember what you saw initially?
I was just working away in my shop. She goes, picks up a broken pot. It's like, making some pottery here to sell, and then something just smashed into the front of the store and knocked out part of the front wall, collapsed this whole thing in, and was something with it was like a big giant tail of something with spikes on it, and I was just lucky it didn't hit me. But I ran out into the street to find out what was going on and saw the carnage and the fire across the way, and just did my best to help people, get them to safety.
Did you witness what caused the fire, or was it already in motion by the time you had gone outside?
I mean, I didn't see anything that was like like would have caused it, like a specific device or item or something like that. But I mean, a lot of these places use oil lamps and uh,
Mhm.
torches and whatnot. If things got knocked down in the wrong places, start a fire pretty easy.
Mhm.
There's a good number of thatched roofs in this neighborhood that wouldn't have lasted very long with any sort of fire getting loose on them.
Did you see any undead walking around, or at least things that looked somewhat, bean?
I mean, when I got out into the street and saw what that thing over there, it points down to the spike tails, like that was what had hit the building, and the thing was like skin hanging off the side of it. I'm guessing that's what you mean by not really living.
Yeah, something
Ain't
like
natural. That's for sure.
that. No, it's weird. Hmm.
Hopefully, whoever's behind all that damned to destruction by the gods.
Agreed. DM, are any of the zombie dinos like in sight as we've walked through this district?
There's one that's been pointed to and referenced a couple times here.
Okay.
There's one. It's 20 feet away.
I'm wondering if I can presume a relativistic cause of death prior to it turning into a reanimated corpse. I don't know if there's like stitch marks or like some sort of like obvious like sign that it was like, hey, it was killed by a giant ass puncture wound in its side and then reanimated, or anything. I just kind of wonder if there's a way to figure that out.
Okay. I can give you an investigation.
Yeah, I figure as we're
Or,
walking,
medicine. Your call. I'm guessing you're going to do investigation.
I
so-
would prefer investigation, but if it gives me different information, I'd go medicine, 100%.
You can do investigation to start with.
Okay,
See what you got to work with.
sure. Not much, actually.
It's in pretty rough shape that it's kind of hard to pinpoint anything as being a specific cause of original death.
Sure.
It's missing its head is likely cause of final death, but
Excellent.
likely it had a head at some point during this battle.
All right, thank you. All right, I will continue following Lord, what's his name? Caradon? Caron or something?
Carlo.
Carlo.
Fauna.
He's got good cheekbones.
Are the buildings around here, like, are they named, or is there any, like, insignia on any sort of buildings, like a numbering system or whatnot?
Not really as to like an address type thing. No.
Yeah, or...
There's signs on some of the businesses and whatnot. There's not a lot of businesses in this area. It's mostly the university across the street, and then there's that once nice inn that's kind of halfway there is where Kiesel found his first person to talk to. Rest of it all appears to be mostly residences, and so no real naming or anything like that on it.
Okay, I was just asking.
And Lord Carlo's making taking time to go treat people and take care of things, but then is leading the troops back into Pantheon Sphere to head west. And it'd be up to you guys whether you guys follow along or just do your part to take care of things.
I think Alfred would make a motion and say if he could see, like, most of the university is still on fire, correct? Or...
Parts of it are. You've helped out a good amount with that.
Yeah, Alfred would continue to, like, help out until it's completely extinguished.
Okay.
He'll, like, make a note that he'll, like, catch up afterwards.
In the regard, do you know if there is any word on Rune's Gate?
It's a really good question.
Not that we've gotten up to this point, but there wasn't any signs of incident to the north.
Right. Was there is there evidence of incidents to the west as well, or was it only the south and the east?
So you guys are in Woodvale. There's signs of the wall being broken down at the south end of Woodvale, like the south end of Pantheon Sphere. And you could see some smoke off to the west. There's no further smoke to the east from where you guys are at.
Okay.
And nothing to the north or south.
Okay.
At least nothing that would arise to the point of believing that it's a large roaring fire, fireplace smoke, that type of stuff would be pretty hard to distinguish from any distance.
Super good.
Do you have any idea of who attacked might have been? The faction? It obviously wasn't one necromancer we killed.
I mean, not at this point. I mean, they'll probably investigate some things.
Of course. I was just wondering if Ergard had any enemies.
I mean, the Reapers, but weren't pirates, just zombies, so.
Lord Carlo, if I might, what good are we servicing for you at this moment? How can we best be of help?
Just whatever you can do to help people, help inspect if there's still any threats. We're doing our best to spread troops across the city. I imagine we'll get things underhand pretty soon, but
as a fellow representative of Cybil's Spear, an adventuring party here, we happen to be in Ergard. Might I offer our investigative skills? Might be more suited. I believe it seems as though your guard and our crew can handle much of the post-emergency services, but before our trail runs cold, I believe we should try to figure out what sort of objective this attack served.
it's fair. I have my suspicions on who that was flying through the sky, but
Pray tell.
what? You familiar with the area? Or anybody around here? You got connections here that you know people?
By the Evitide, unfortunately, I know more about Six Bells than I do of Ergard. This is my first visit.
The high priest of the Temple of the Pantheon here. A man known as Beryl Druves. Kind of left under unpleasant circumstances when it was discovered he was dabbling in this type of magecraft. Thought he'd left the area and gotten out of anybody's trouble, but it definitely looked like him on the back of that winged beast, so.
And
thanks to you and your friends, he's no more.
And there will be a raucous celebration, I'm sure. By whose authority was this Thero Druze evicted from the town?
Well, once he lost his position as high priest, then he left.
But yes, but was it like a I'm sorry, I don't know your official political organization here. It was a regional baron. That was a specific temple. I'm sorry, I don't know the history
No,
here. Which temple did he even
The
work
high
for?
priest for the overall, all the
Oh.
temples.
Oh, I didn't know they did that.
Yes, so it takes care of everything with the temple, the pantheon, the central temple. He was the high priest for all of them. Had been a priest of Noctalis before that, but had taken over the position as high priest of the entire pantheon, I suppose you could say. Was in charge for 5, maybe 6 years, just short of 6 years, but had gone for 7 or 8.
Would he have any specific grudges, perchance? Maybe, I know it might sound silly, but do you recall who delivered the actual order or message? Sometimes the messenger themselves might bear the curse, so to speak.
The priest make a decision between all the temples on who gets elevated to that position. They elected the new high priestess, and she took over, and he was not welcome here anymore, as his magecraft was an abomination against the gods.
Yes, agreed. When he left town, was there an indication of maybe a base of operations or a new home for him? I know this is a bit of a stretch.
Just left, headed south, presumably Okaria.
Who's around right now? Like, how many people are around? Is it like about a handful of people, like a couple dozen, or is it just like us and this lord and his like?
Yeah. He's got a contingent of 6 guards, and then there's 6 of those catfolk soldiers, and then there's people on the sides of the street that aren't really involved. They're dealing with their problems. So
I want to look over at our party, and maybe Alfred's here, right? Or is he still at the university?
Putting out fires.
Damn! I really wanted to ask him. Well then, I think Salinas will make us a best second here. What do you make of this? Do you think we should try to speak to the current high priest or priestess? I'm just trying to figure out what can we learn about this and how can we piece anything together. I'm feeling a bit lost.
I've dealt with something similar, or in the same vein, in Wicom, and the current priestess there performed the rite, allowed us to question either after his death. Unfortunately, not enough of the body of this necromancer survived to do that. I think a question to the priestess of Noctalis would be a good place to start. We at least perhaps have worked with this man before he left, might know something more about him, and if she does not know his motives.
I believe... Lord Carlo, do you think you could arrange a meeting for us to speak with the current high priest?
Assuming she's not busy dealing with everything that we're dealing with at this point, I'd imagine Grand Priestess Anfisa would be available. I don't think she'd have any problem speaking with you.
What was the name again? Anfisa?
Anfisa? I'll put it in the chat on Twitch.
Cool, great.
Okay.
Well, if we can get a meeting with her, we could at least hunt down motive. Unfortunately, I don't know how useful my skills will be in that moment. Salinas, I think you might be the best prepared or equipped to handle that sort of conversation. I personally believe my best skills would be sort of looking south of near the breaks in the wall to gather some sort of idea of where they came from.
Would you like to take take Kiesel and Jofridir? I can take Alfred and gather Zedri back at Pantheon Square, split into 2 groups with the 2 different aspects.
I think that sounds like a great idea, and we'll keep. And I look over at Kiesel, and he's kind of still talking to the injured people. Is that correct? Roughly, and I'll just kind of like whisper to Salinas, "I'd like to keep him from putting his foot in his mouth around these nobles."
If you would be willing to take care of him in my absence, I would very much appreciate it.
Absolutely, I think this is a wonderful plan. And I'll look around to Jofridir, and Kiesel's over there. So I'll just say, strong lads, would you mind helping me? I want to investigate the breaks in the wall.
I don't see why not. Good place to start, I suppose.
I think it would be best for Salinas and Alfred and Zedri to have a meeting with the High Priestess while we try to investigate how this incursion even happened in the beginning. And looking at my hands with like my bones still, a couple like finger like bones actually just completely sticking out, saying, I might need a little bit protection in case there might be a few remnants.
Oh dear God. I'm gonna look on my inventory actually while I take this very long to
You've almost killed enough time.
yeah. Actually I'm gonna take a cloth that's like person and just cut it off and try to like wrap up Volt's hand, like just to maybe kind of in the process move a couple knuckles back in place or something.
That stings, but I think that's helpful. And I'll just kind of wiggle what's under the cloth.
Yeah, and with the cloth on your hand, I'll tighten it. Makes you look cool, and people don't want to really fuck with somebody with bandage on the hand.
Nice. Thank you. And I'll like as like proud, happy as I can be in this moment, kind of like puff my chest out and look at him like, yeah, bro. Total believe it.
You buy that, you do have to take your shirt off when you go into temples.
Rapid. I'll also need a tailor when this is all done, and I'll look down at like the hole in my jacket and my shirts, these giant pierce marks from where I was like gored.
Yeah.
I can take care of that quickly. I'll cast ending and kind of wave my hand over the big hole. I don't think I can take care of, but the smaller ones and wave my hand over, and the threads will knit themselves back together.
You're able to fix like the piercing wounds and stuff, but like the outfit, but like the parts that rotted away from the circle of death, no, because there isn't any material left.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is the worst that Bolt has looked in his entire life, probably.
This is miserable.
Short of naked on the street that one time.
Yeah,
so.
one time.
Very humbling. Very humbling.
Yeah, I don't want to be
Although,
seen
honestly,
like this.
naked on the street might look better than completely tattered rags. So.
It's slightly less tattered rags.
Wonderful. Oh, Salinas, I've got to say, you've done a great job on the sleeves here. They actually feel better than they did when we got here. Kind of padded now, actually. The hole's still here. It's a bit chilly, but it'll work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's not much more I can do for that.
Oh, I didn't think anything could be done for this old thing. Wonderful. So I guess we have a plan. Lord Carlo, I will leave you in the good hands of my compatriot Salinas, and he will make sure that you will stay safe.
Great. I mean, I don't want to question your methods. Just, whatever you want to do, but I mean, guys, dead. You killed him. I don't know what. I mean, what are you hoping to find what his plan was, to know why he did this, so you know why he died?
Well,
do what you want. I mean,
sure.
I don't have no opposition to it. Just
I appreciate your inquisitiveness. It's a bit refreshing in all of this, and I look around at like the flames and smoke and everything, and say, in my line of work. Goodness gracious! I realize I did not introduce myself. My name is Voltavius V of House Varheed of Six Bells. I don't know if you've heard of our inquisitive operations, but in my line of work, the trail runs cold quickly, and I would believe that a being this strong is still not nearly strong enough to cause the devastation we see here today. I don't believe this is over. Maybe in the immediacy it is, but we need to figure out how this happened. If we leave town and this were to happen again, I dread to think what might become of this wonderful city. I've grown quite fond of it.
I mean, you have reason to believe that we're still in danger. Well, by all means, go and investigate, find out whatever you can. Any help you need, just let me know. I will do what I can to spare who I can. I think most everybody is probably engaged at this point, but I'm sure as things start to calm down, we can get you guys some additional help. And I probably should make sure that the fortress has regular patrols going until we can get the walls patched back up, and just to protect Oidar and Minstrel Row and the rest of the town that unfortunately doesn't have the protection of walls. But
if we need to get in contact, if we need to get in contact with you, is there an official sigil or seal we may procure?
Just if you get a hold of any of the guards, they'll pass things along. Shouldn't be a problem. They'll get it
wonderful
to me at the estates. If you need to speak with me personally, once things calm down a little bit, I will probably retire back to the family home. It's up on the north part of town. And as I told your boss earlier, I don't know where he went, but definitely appreciate everything that you folks did, and want to get you properly recognized. Come to the estate regardless, and we will do our best to show our appreciation. But have at the investigation, and like I said, any resources you need, just let me know.
On that note, Lord Carlo, do you have a rangers or scouts contingent that would have been stationed south of town? I'm just surprised that something like this of such magnitude could happen so quickly. I'm worried about your men.
There's, regular patrols that go around the town. I'd have to check with the commander back at the fortress as to who would have been, and if there was anybody that was actually south of town at the time. They tend to work, it's 2 or 3 different parties that work a circle around the town so that it's not waiting a full time to go around. But I don't know who all they had. I mean, things are a little bit more stretched thin with everything that was going on today as to whether they were running that many parties or anything. I'll have to check into it. I don't particularly, I'm not directly involved with running that.
Oh, of course. Yeah, why would you be? Now, I believe it should take us no more than a few minutes to check for my suspicions, and if I'm wrong, then good, that would be wonderful. And if I'm right, then we'll have hopefully some information for you.
Terrific. Like I said, you need anything, you let me know.
Wonderful. I will take my leave then, and I will do a very deep, humble bow, showing the hole in my back of my jacket. And I will turn around and walk towards the southern wall where it's broken.
Okay. Cedric, how's it going over there?
I have used 4 first level spells. That's the magic that Zidri is willing to utilize, but Otherwise, he is just going to go ahead and help with any sort of bandages, wrappings, splints, anything medical that they might need help with.
Okay.
Eventually, is there anybody coming out of the Temple of Noctalis?
So as the rest of the group had left, people started to creep out of each of the temples. Clerics coming out and then started helping tend to people with wounds and stuff like that. Presumably they had shut themselves in there at the beginning of when things started going crazy. But coming out of each of the temples, so you have some coming out of the Noctalis one as well as each of the others, is with the exception of the Brioran temple, because those individuals were already part of the... I'm drawing a blank on the word. Group procession. There we go. Words, they're great. Yeah, so you see a fair number of people that have now, come out of the buildings, went and started tending to wounds just like you are. Surprisingly, as you go around, with the exception of the couple nobles and stuff like that, there's very few dead in this part. Those of you that are in Woodvale, it's a whole different story over there. Whether that's you guys saved the day here and kept people from dying, whether it was a worse attack over there. I mean, there are a lot of bodies of undead bodies mixed in with the victims. You count at least 3 spike tails that you guys have already seen in your investigation over there, so they at least got hit with one more of those than you guys did. And of course, nobody's been to the west yet to see what kind of damage there is over there. And you do find some of our lovely zombie blink dogs and zombie giant owls.
Giant owls? Jesus Christ, that's terrifying.
Yeah. They hit the other parts. You guys didn't have to deal with them, so.
Bro, I would have just got picked up and dropped and died.
Has High Priestess Cirilla shown up at all?
Yeah. Yes, she's around.
Yes. Okay. Zedri just wants to approach her if possible, and just say, "High Priestess Cirilla, I was just wondering, I don't know exactly how the procession is going to continue when it seems like a lot of things have been going on around Ergard, and I just wanted to kind of put myself out there. Actually, knew Deidre limitedly, but I would be willing to assist with any of the rites."
Oh, that'd be fine. I did not know Deirdre personally up until her last days. She's been gone most of my life, but yes, just I think probably best if we move her inside for the time being until we can try and get things to calm down, and then we'll probably proceed with taking care of the rest of the rites. Are you familiar with Brioran burial rites or cremation rites?
Yes, I do have
okay.
a familiarity with them. I did have a question. You're kind of like neighbors to the Temple of Noctalis. Do they have a high priest or priestess over there?
Yeah. Each of the temples do, and then there's the grand priestess that takes care of most of the big things. Big things. I mean, the funeral is more of a... I mean, it's a big thing with being a state funeral, but it's not a all pantheon type thing, so...
You're hitting me with the phrase "a big thing" a lot, and I just wanted to point out that the big thing that kind of happened was that the procession was kind of interrupted by a big thing that was being ridden by it looked like he was in the robes and everything, and I don't know, was he do you look familiar at all?
I mean, I didn't get a good look. I would take care of, protecting people and getting people into the temple for protection, and I didn't really see what all happened because we locked the doors inside.
No, that's
I mean,
fine.
I saw the spike tails and the other things. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a bit distressing.
That's why I asked. Could I just get the name of whoever's in charge of the Temple of Noctiluss? Maybe I could check in with them personally rather than run me ragged. What with all the duties you have to do.
High Priestess Caitlin Ravenhold.
Perfect. I really appreciate it. And Zedri has like his notebook out and he's like writing it down. Let's go ahead and move Miss Deirdre's body into the temple. I can go ahead and assist with that.
I mean, if you have other things, I got people that can help move her, but it's entirely up to you. I mean, you knew her, so.
Oh no! If I have the free time, I would definitely like to go talk with Miss Ravenoff like right now.
Certainly. She goes and just kind of looks back and signals for a couple other people to come help. And
in walking to the Temple of Noctiluss, with this staff, presumably having something magical about it, is it possible that can I try to channel my magic into it and see if any spells come out in a similar way to the staff of healing that I have? I will remove the cloth kind of medium that is preventing me from touching it. But
give it a shot.
Okay.
Make a spell attack roll.
Oh, Jesus.
A spell attack roll?
Wait a second. Do you have it, or does Alfred have it since he was going to identify it? Did he leave it back with you before he left?
I said I would hold on to it.
Okay, just double check it.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just make a spell attack roll.
Oh, geez, what is that? I don't even know if... Here, let me just do it for...
Plus your modifier and proficiency.
Circle of Death Part 2.
Yeah. I could just do 8 plus proficiency and modifier. I have a Thunder Wave. I can just do a spell attack with that.
Sure.
That isn't even going to do it because it's a save! Oh, no! Gosh, darn it.
Well, your Firebolt.
Yeah, you have.
I don't have Firebolt. That's only Alfred. I do have, what's it called? The fire. The control flames. Haha. Or produce flame, that's what it is. Okay. We got it.
Shoot, that killed it.
Scorching Ray?
Scorching Ray, that's what I was after. Yeah, same difference. It's got an attack roll on it.
Middle of the road.
All right. Channel your magic into this staff. And give me a con save.
Ooh, party. Okay.
I want to note that you chose to do this with no one else around.
I don't know, High Priestess and some people.
Walking between the two temples is boring.
No party members.
I only have 5 HP left. It's fine.
What is your spell DC?
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
My spell save is a 13, I believe.
13 zombies spawned on your...
So as you attempt to channel this magic into this staff, it's like you feel like your fingers just like start to go cold and like reaching up your arm and stuff, but you're able to just shake it off that nothing actually like damages you. You just get this intense cold as this emanates up and you like watch your veins just turn like glow blue going up your arm before slowly dissipating and going back out.
Edger's gonna flip this staff over so that the skull is facing down towards the ground and just like tap it on the stone. He's like, "Thing's fucking broken," and then just head towards the temple.
All right. Nice.
It's a phylactery.
Temple is very much the same as the Brioran Temple as to just kind of chaotic right now. People are coming and going. They're trying to get people taken care of. You're able to track down somebody that points you in the direction of High Priestess Caitlin. And you find a vampire woman in very nice cleric robes, but specifically black and gray coloring.
Similar to what we saw with the writer of the creature.
Yeah, pretty similar.
Okay.
Two things that you kind of, well, we'll do a retrospective perception check going back to when you saw the writer as to what you noticed about the writer, but
okay.
You did shoot at him a couple times, so I'm pretty sure you probably got a pretty good, decent look at him. Yeah, the 19, there are a lot of similarities, but then there's also some things that just you kind of have that feeling of, well, this isn't the same outfit, but it's close.
Yeah. Were there any pops of color that were of note beyond the like neutral like blacks and grays that Nocturnal priests normally wear?
Not with her, but with with him. There are some purples. Yeah. Specifically, you remember seeing something purple around his neck that you weren't able to find when you checked the body.
Okay. High Priestess Caitlin. Hi. I had some questions for you.
Really busy right now. Is something pressing?
Totally, yes. I'm pretty sure that the individual who kind of orchestrated the attack was probably somebody from this temple.
Well, that is distressing. Can we go speak over here? Kind of just like ushering you to go someplace out of the open in the middle of all these people.
Sure, absolutely, we can. Zidro will just explain to her.
Why do you suspect this?
Well, because of what they were wearing. Robes kind of similar to yours, maybe an occasional flash of purple, stuff like that. And then, does this look familiar? And he'll hold up the staff.
Staff doesn't look familiar, but you said these kind of robes, just kind of gesturing towards her outfit. With purple.
Yes.
There's only one person that served in this temple in the last 20 years that's worn purple with their robes.
Well, that narrows down the list. What was their name?
He was my predecessor as high priest here in the temple, individual Feral Druze. Used to be grand priest of the whole pantheon until he got mixed up in doing some things. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Did he get away?
No. He kind of went up in smoke.
In custody, then let's go question him.
No, not exactly in custody. He kind of like he turned to ash. I kind of combusted him a bit, and then he fell on top of a corpse, which was kind of an iffy situation. So we just had to, separate the pieces and everything. I found this though, and I'll hold up the staff again.
That's probably a fate better than he deserved. So, do you think this was his?
Yeah. And then I'm pretty sure somebody else
Very
probably came
careful
by.
with messing with that.
Oh, it
Based off
doesn't
everything
win.
I've seen outside and everything that went down, that is probably not something that we should be toying around with. You haven't tried to use it or anything, right?
I mean, you can't use something that's broken, obviously.
Fair.
Um,
It's still probably not something to toy with.
Appreciate the concern. There was one other thing though. I didn't quite find it, but speaking of the purple flashes and stuff, there was actually something on the Mr. Drew's, if that was his name, right?
Yes.
That one we didn't find, and I was pretty thorough because it was, the state funeral that's going on, Miss Arpad. Like it was, he just kind of fell onto her, which if I'm being completely honest, he seemed like quite a large individual, and I'm surprised that he didn't just break the wagon with the force by which he kind of plummeted.
He was a good-sized individual. I mean, I haven't seen him in years since he was ran out of town, but yeah. Kind of was like a necklace thing they're talking about.
Look, I would hate to confirm that it's necklace. It was. Shit, was it a necklace? Oh no! He's actually just having like a breakdown in front of her. If it was, I would definitely ask that we find that, because I have a history with artifacts of that nature, and that is definitely not something to toy with.
Yeah, he had some form of a weird necklace thing that he had recently acquired shortly before he was forced out.
I have not told this.
No, nothing to do with the Shadow Lord.
It
was more like a bird skull.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah. But I seem to recall when he didn't take it very kindly when he was removed from power. A little bit of an altercation, and I do recall I was involved at that point. I had been his successor here at the Temple of Noctalis, so it glowed purple when he attempted to use his magics. If there hadn't been 6 of us there to stop him, who knows? Could have been what we see outside.
You say 6 to stop him. Does that mean that the head priests and priestesses of all of the temples came together?
Yes, to remove Grand Priest requires the High Priest and Priestesses of each of the temples to vote. They are entitled to a hearing, and at that hearing then removed.
Okay, that's good to know. Is there anything suspicious about the individual who currently holds the seat of Grand Priest or Priestess?
Our Grand Priestess and Visa? No, she's young. She just recently, just was a little bit of a surprise for her to rise to that position at the time, but she's well respected. Local girl. I mean, nothing suspicious about her. Like I'd say, probably the only strange thing was just her age at the time, only being 60, for a dwarven cleric to take the that type of position at age 60 is pretty impressive, but she'd done great things at the Temple of Sephora before, and was well respected amongst me and my peers. I mean, you don't suspect she had anything to do with Drews. I mean, they were not pleasant with each other. I would never expect her to throw in with him.
No, as long as she's not wearing like bird skull earrings, I think that it should be perfectly fine.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. No.
Right, she sounds good. And on the up and up, and I have a friend who's a follower of Sephora, so feel like it's good. I'm not gonna go and question her or anything, but I did just want to check in because the robe seemed slightly noctalis. I'm sorry that had to be confirmed for you.
Disappointing that he felt compelled to continue blaspheming the robes of the Shadow Lord himself in his blasphemy. May he rest in pieces, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna go.
Helping put him down. I only wish he could have suffered more.
That's okay. You know, judged in the afterlife kind of situation. But I'm just glad that we were able to resolve who exactly it was, and thank you for giving me those names. Of course, it's super helpful for your help, High Priestess Kate.
Certainly. Yeah. Thanks again. I probably should get back to helping fix things.
Right. One last question before I go. Do you happen to have an inventory of spell components by any chance?
Yes, any that we use for performing holy rites.
Right. The holiest rite being bringing someone back from the brink of death. I don't plan on bringing back Drapes at all. But I was just wondering, do you happen to have any diamonds readily available?
Not readily available. I mean, we have some. Most of my clerics have already headed out with them to attend to the most grievous ones that they feel like they can bring back. But
right, I saved a dead guy, and I was just trying to see if
it's a little bit late for doing much of that with most folks. Most of that spellcraft beyond a minute or two gets beyond what we're permitted to do here.
Oh, exactly. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of let it slip my mind for a bit, and I was probably edging on the end of that threshold. But moving forward, I just want to make sure that I address it quickly and efficiently. And if you end up having any extra diamonds after this situation, I would much appreciate the assist.
I will see what we can do. I can check with the other temples as well, but diamonds of that value are not easily came by.
Right, it did cost a lot of money and effort and time to find it. But I have to go attend 2 funeral rites for somebody who is long passed. So I thank you for your help. I'll ask the Temple of Briora. You don't have to communicate with them at all.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done. Yeah, we'll see you.
Oh, all right. Zedri will go ahead and excuse himself. And at this point, also kind of in the holster by which he holds his healing staff, he's going to go ahead and try to also stick this skull staff in there next to it. Probably a tight squeeze and maybe like pulling the leather slightly. but he just wants to make sure not to be actively walking with it.
Okay. Yeah, you can feel the leather give because there's that good amount of rot that happened from the Circle of Death. Not a ton, so it holds. It doesn't give out, but it's got that little bit of a tear starting.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, those of you checking out the wall,
Yes, sir.
looks much the same as the wall on Pantheon Sphere.
Excellent.
Just
It's a wall.
Spiketail took out, put a hole in the wall. There's trails back through, like looking out to the south that you're actually up against the wall at this point. You can see there's like beaten down trails through the crop ground.
So they definitely like walked
south.
here. We can infer.
Yeah, pretty easy to determine that. Yeah.
How
Do we eyeball
yeah.
the distance of that?
If you want to follow the trail all the way through the crop ground, I mean, the crop ground goes for a good mile plus south of town.
We could jog. How long would Joffrey take to jog that? He's fast as hell. What is that? 5 minutes? It's still sub-Olympic. Like,
I mean, it wouldn't take terribly long.
you guys want to just do a quick jog down the path here and just, I mean, a mile out and back. Let's say at worst it takes us a half hour with my stubby legs.
Well, by the time you and I get to the halfway point vault, Yofridir will be on his way back, so
Yeah,
he can
right?
just tell us.
Yeah.
We came
Yeah,
down here for
we can do
nothing.
that.
Tell us what the rest of it looked like.
Yeah, and I can I can action search as we run and just kind of look for bodies and anyone who died along the way that was murdered, or because we also want to know if they like the zombies got like stronger as they killed people. Like as you said, are they reanimating people along the way, or are they just bringing this horde kind of with them? Also, Silver, random question. Is it like a kind of single file like zombie horde line, or were they kind of like dispersed like wide, like 10 foot? Like, is there any
Pretty haphazard.
Okay, there's not like a strong marching order or anything.
There's
like that.
places where like it's all packed down, that
Mhm.
like a bunch of them were like shoulder to shoulder, but then there's other spots where it's just like one spike tail or one or two zombies that might have been in a single file type thing,
For a
that
little
it's
bit,
just no spread to it.
Yeah, I think
There's a lot of trails as Yofridir goes and checks. It's like, yeah, the trails go all the way to the other side of the crop ground and
Shit.
continue south.
Oh man,
But you quickly, it
yeah,
dissipates into being there isn't a path,
Right.
as it just turns into, I mean, you get the benefit of the snow and the mud
hmm
that gets you a pretty good trail,
Sure.
but eventually get to a point where there isn't snow or mud to work with anymore.
Yeah. So if they walk, but the most important thing was that they walked here, and there's no dead bodies in
Yeah.
the crops as we kind of
No,
looked around.
no signs that anybody was like where anybody had been killed or anything like that, that then the body's missing.
Feel like on our end we've solved our puzzle of this, which is did they teleport in or did they walk? And they definitely walked. So, well, to be honest, I feel like I only have a few questions about this. And since I have you two here, I might as well go over them, and you can tell me if this seems reasonable. My questions were the zombies summoned at the gates, or did they walk in? We want to check Feral Droov's either house, office, or places of residence for any clues. We want to figure out what the objective or goal he had, or the zombies had, or potentially his, heaven forbid, employer. Where his lair may have been, and did he have any associates or allies in Ergard? Can you all think of anything else that I might have missed?
I believe that would about cover it.
I think that honestly covers everything, especially getting to, I think, the most important piece, which is the why.
Truly. Well, I might as well get back somewhere warmer. Air conditioning here in this jacket is leaving me a bit nippy. as
Well,
it
that
were.
does seem to be a place for a draft to leak in, and I'll kind of like pat him on the on the back.
The skin. Just... thank you both for coming with me. I wanted to make sure that nothing bad happened. I guess we should catch up with everyone else then.
Combine our thoughts, see what we should do from here on out.
Yes.
Still have another main mission to take care of.
Yes, we still have some supplies to pick up, so to speak.
Despite better efforts to stop that.
Truly. Why don't we do this? We'll head to Pantheon Sphere, pick up Zedri if he's still there, and if you all don't mind, I might try to bottle a little bit of that cockatrice. I don't know, venom and ichor. I don't know what it was. The damn stuff almost turned me to stone. I can't believe we would leave it on the ground. So, a bit personal there.
Well, let's just hope that it hasn't like rotted away. You know, if it still is there, if it's like mush or goop.
Yes, we may lose out on a. Or at least I may lose out on a gift for Eunice, but I'll try anyway. So, yeah, let's head off unless there's anything else you guys can think of.
I'll just kind of like shrug my shoulders. Nope.
I will say that you probably find a couple cockatrice zombie bodies along the way. So if you want to give me a survival check with disadvantage,
No.
since you're working with an undead corpse to try and harvest.
I'll take it. Survival disadvantage.
And I assume you have something to put it in.
I can make sure.
You're not gonna hold it in your cheek.
No, definitely not. I'm not. It's not going in my pocket here. Oh, I had a 20 and an 18.
Damn.
Wow.
Still pretty
You're
damn
able to
good.
get a little bit. Don't know. I mean, it's really hard to tell what would be a full dose,
Sure.
but you're able to get a couple ounces.
Okay. All right. I'll put that in my inventory.
Surprisingly, the one you find has the glands are still in pretty good shape that you're able to milk venom out of them. So,
Wow. What do I put in my inventory for that? A couple ounces of...
whatever you have as your container and just vial of cockatrice venom.
Okay.
Forbidden juice.
How do I spell cockatrice, by the way? Is it C-O...
Cock.
Cock.
A-
A-T-R-I-C-E?
Trice. T-R-I-C-E.
Okay. Cockatrice. Vial cockatrice venom. It's venom,
And
right?
note, like the ounces.
Okay.
Like it was a couple ounces.
I'll put that in there as a couple ounces kind of thing. Good call. Couple ounces.
You know, that's gonna come up later. It's gonna be like, how much venom did you actually have? Because we're gonna want to slather it on something.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pour out one of the oil things that we got from Katisha's house. The lamp oil. I'm gonna lose one lamp oil to replace it with the.
Your free lamp.
Yeah,
oil
my
is
free
done.
lamp oil is now cockatrice venom. This is fun.
All right.
So we're down to. I only have one oil flask now. And one cockatrice flask, I guess. Wonderful. All right. And so, where will we stumble upon Mr. Zedri?
Do you collect Alfred?
Yeah.
Well, the question is, did Alfred and I beat them there?
Oh
We were
yeah.
splitting off into two groups.
Yeah, because Salinas was going to grab Alfred. So while we're jogging around in the snow, he could easily have gone over to the library or university.
Yeah, we'll say for sake of brevity, you pick up Alfred and you're able to catch back up and get over to Pantheon Sphere while Carlo and the rest of his contingent head into Parkside to go take care of things there. Unless you guys have anything in particular, you guys all reunite in Pantheon Sphere.
Wonderful.
I like it.
Did I, while I was patting down the university, did I ever see any of like the staff or whatnot, or?
It's hard to tell who was who, but I mean, you saw people that were helping. You know, they're using buckets while you're using control flame.
Okay, fair. Never mind.
Okay, so you guys all reconvene Pantheon Sphere. You've got your instructions that at some point in time you're supposed to go to the Thana estate for some sort of a recognition.
Oh, great.
And
So
for what you can
favorite
tell,
thing, it's
everything
getting
has
lucky.
shifted to, like, there's not smoke coming, like, I'm trying to remember which color it is when the fire's actually out. Is it white?
Oh, it's
Or is it black when it goes to, it's out?
oh, it goes like gray black, yeah.
Whatever color it goes when it's out, it goes. So you do not get the sense that there's any further fires anywhere.
I would like to have a chat with and priestess if I can find her.
The Grand Priestess in Fiza?
Would she be in, like, asked around, would she be in Pantheon Sphere at the moment?
A couple people send you in different directions to go find her, but it's so chaotic at this point in time, and she doesn't have like a central hub like the other ones do, that you aren't able to find her. Everybody seems to remember seeing her recently, just nobody really knows where she went off to.
Is something that we are still missing. Like there's still a very important part of this party that we don't have.
Oh, there was a bird necklace. This is probably it.
Bird necklace. Longest shot in the world. DM, would I know any connection between bird necklace and undead?
I suppose give me an Arcana check. I hate to even give you an opportunity to make a check, but
Come on, show me a nat 20, baby.
Do it.
Nope, not even a little.
there was a 2.
It's a 2, yeah. No.
Yeah.
Nah, nada. With a 7, you don't even know whether you know or no. It's just like, maybe,
Did you remember reading about a bird skull necklace in that book of cursed items that you read through in the tavern?
Cursed items.
Ooh,
Sorry. You're gonna have to
Zedri,
put me.
I forgot. You don't remember a lot of that.
Oh, correct. No, don't rub it in. Like we can talk through it. What was the book of cursed objects?
There was a book that that you read through that was a sort of comprehensive list of cursed magic items. Did you get a look at that book?
is that Kiesel? Or Alfred? Who? Yeah, Kiesel.
The book, I don't believe so.
But
I don't believe you did mess with the cursed items book. I think that was Alfred and Zedri.
Yeah.
there was
Wasn't
a list of cursed items. There was that staff that you had that was on there. Identified. You read through the thing, I think. Do you remember anything like that?
DM
I
Derek
go
already.
ahead. Yeah, I can try to remember.
History with disadvantage.
Yayo.
Disadvantage.
If Alfred and Cedric work together, can they be without disadvantage? We'll do it separately.
Well, Kiesel, you wouldn't know because you didn't look at that book.
I didn't. You're right. I rolled a
Yeah.
10 for nothing. We can ignore that. Doesn't count against me. All right.
With an 11, no, I don't have any recollection of there being a bird skull necklace.
I mean, it sounds more like an arcane focus. The way that High Priestess Caitlin, the priestess of the Noctalis Temple, she was saying that it glowed purple whenever he was like channeling like magic.
I do hate to, but well,
I think you're cutting off.
Purple, as in the steamer purple.
Right. Once again, hitting me with stuff. Don't quite have 100% recollection on. I'm doing pretty good, but if that's a
No,
match, then that's a match.
The dreamer had a purple motif. That's mostly it. No. Would like to. You said that there was. You spoke to the priestess of the Noctalis Temple.
Yeah.
Do you have any insight? This is on this being the second trooper of Noctalis. It has been involved with raising.
Every deity has their cults. You know, I don't.
No. I'm not. I'm not implying that is inherent to Noctalis. I'm going to say that this. To see if this might be the same group in cult.
Oh, I mean, I guess we're kind of in the same area, so it could make sense. Kaylin was saying that the previous person who was like in charge of the temple was the Grand Priest, and that's probably who we took out. There were a lot of similarities. I think she said specifically, there's nobody that I've seen in the past 20 years, except for this one person in the past 20 years. And so that kind of brought down the list. But now it's a priestess of Zephora who's in charge of all 6 of the 10.
Yes, Lord Thana did us towards her.
Was that the guy who was mean to Kiesel?
More like Kiesel was mean. Regardless, yes. Is Wiccob south of here?
South of here?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Opposite direction.
Okay. I mean, Gwen not give any indication that he was part of a larger group. When we questioned him, that there was very limited questioning. Just don't know. You can write another letter to Nevir. Like.
Might be worth it. I want to find this necklace, if we can. It wasn't in the debris from before, but it just worries me because if it was such a powerful magic object, I feel like it wouldn't exactly just poof, because I threw some fire at it. You have to do dispelling things in order to destroy objects like that.
If you give me just a minute, can for traces of magic.
Is your look to everybody else? Since everybody else is in the back end Pantheon sphere, right?
Are we
Yep.
walking up now?
Yeah, you're all together.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Salinas was with you guys, so. I mean, you guys would have all met up about the same time, so.
Cool.
Salinas will take a moment to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just having a hard time finding as to why this attack would happen to Deirdre's funeral of all places. This was like a random attack from a loose connection of necromancers or something, then that's one thing. But I feel like this has almost too much significance, too much organization.
Do you
He
think
was here.
there may be a clue in the missing books, perchance? For example, Uther the Pleasant wrote Lost Temples of Ocaria. Ocaria is south of us, correct? Do you think a necromancer could find refuge in a lost temple south of where we are?
Necromancer found refuge in a lost temple long ago. Encountered one.
And if the one book we have might lead us somewhere, maybe one of the others, potentially Undying Hatred or some Soul of Vengeance. I don't know. I'm just in everyone's investigations. Have we figured out where the priests stay or reside when not at work? But maybe he left something hidden, a clue behind in his old office or house.
Priests stay at home. There's lodging schools.
Gosh,
But not for the head priest. So,
Correct for
Oh,
not for
okay.
not for the grand priest. I didn't think about that.
and if maybe not there, then he was a Noctalis worshipper originally before being, is it promoted? I feel so out of place not knowing the traditions here. But I would assume that's an elected to some degree position. It's not one they just take on might. So maybe he had
Yeah.
allies in town.
it's governmental almost. She was talking about Caitlin. She was talking about the fact that you have to have all 6 of the high priests or priestesses of the temples vote in order to oust out any sort of like grand priest or priestess. So I'm pretty sure that's what happened with Druves. Oh,
Yes. Feral Druves, I believe it was the name that we heard. Does that match what you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, that's the one I got too.
So, it seems to me, and please, I would love everyone's input here. We have a course of action. We have, on the positive side, a bit of recognition for our efforts, waiting for us, and then we have our actual job that we came here for, and then to whatever extent we wish to investigate this, and if we wish to pursue this further, which seems a good course of action, we should learn of this man's life before he left town. I believe it's probably one of the best bets we have. The 3 of us checked the tracks, and I even found and procured a bit of venom here from one of the cockatrices, but they clearly walked here from the south, straight through the fields, unimpeded, and we found no corpses. They were unmolested on their entrance, so the trails ran cold, and to be honest, I'm feeling quite cold in this weather now, so I don't know if I can track much further than the half-mile or mile we made out of town. But in town, we might find some clues of his former allies, or acolytes, maybe sympathizers. What do you all think?
Well, this does put us in a very awkward position because we do have alcohol relatively soon. Back to Six Bells. Do you think Six Bells would be a good hub of information to, maybe go back to Six Bells, do some more research, or stay in town maybe one extra day, then go back to Six Bells, and then go to Ocaria from there?
Well, I did plan on speaking with DM. It's Maddox, right? The Dwarven bookseller. Yeah. Did plan on speaking with Maddox about this book list. So at some point, yes, I absolutely think we should get back. If we're not tasked with it, and dare I say not paid to do this, there is an adventurers guild. We might be stepping on their toes. So maybe it's best for us to collect our reward, collect our employment purpose, and make our way back, and maybe we can piece together something on the way. If we can spare a day, maybe it would be worth to track down his stomping ground, so to speak.
Do you have a standard in estimations of travel with no major stops on the ship or going through the Tumblewood? Do have 5 extra days.
5.
at the moment.
Ooh, that is cutting it close, assuming nothing else were to happen. Kiesel, this is... I'm here to support you in finding a solution or an answer here, and I feel you should have the strongest input on how much dallying we have.
DM, how much dallying do we have? That was 6 days, correct?
Connor said we have 5.
5.
5 wiggle days,
Assuming travel takes the same amount of time as it took getting this far, 5 days.
Assuming.
And we've already used a couple of those, haven't we?
No, you'd have 5 still left.
Okay,
We have 5 days to fuck around still, or we have 5 days to get back to.
5
No,
days
you have
of
5 days
wiggle
expendable at this point,
Okay.
assuming everything goes according to plan.
Well, to be honest, my bones are getting a little cold, so I'm not sure if maybe we'd be at risk of being snowed in. Because once, if snow does start to fall, it will make our travel back to where we need to be a lot more, not treacherous, but more difficult. The snow would definitely slow us down if we do get caught in the hypothetical. So, but in terms of as to what the hell's going on here, to be honest, I don't even know. Ignition, mainly because I told the main head honcho to go fuck himself earlier.
Oh God, did you do
Not
that?
the best starting plan.
Well,
Salinas, I was right to put you in charge of that one.
Well, just watching the civilians and then watching the dwarves all, the dwarves all got massacred. And then just to watch, everybody here almost die at least twice. And I look towards Alfred and Vault. And for them to there was no attempt at helping. There was only an observation. And the observation was to repeatedly die multiple times. House Arpad's made up of come on, it's just bullshit. And then they want to parade around with all their money and say, "Oh, thank you." No, fuck them. It really just rubs me the wrong way, and I wish that it didn't have to come down to much braver individuals like ourselves to take care of these situations. But honestly, what the fuck?
DM, where are we having this conversation roughly? Are we outside? Are we in a temple? I want to know who's in earshot, basically.
I presumed you guys are outside in roughly the battlefield that you guys survived. So
Cool.
I was also under that assumption.
yeah.
Well, then,
I mean, there's people about, but not a lot at this point. They're mostly heading to the other districts because there's not as much carnage here. So,
oh, sorry.
My detect magic. What can I find?
what are you looking at?
I want to start around where the Romancer fell and kind of move out in things. If I don't spot any things, I might check a little bit around the Pool of Briora. If I'm not spotting anything, I might turn to the group and try to separate Vault out, actually. See if I find anything to begin with.
I feel like I still need to respond to Kiesel.
I got a quick answer because you don't find anything. Okay. Nothing's coming up on detect magic in that vicinity.
Yeah, no, yeah. So you can respond to Kiesel. This is Salinas breaking off and wandering about for a couple minutes.
Yeah, cool. Kiesel, this might sound very cold, but the task you have requested assistance with, and I'm gonna look at him in the eyes, look at him like, this is that conversation we had a while back. We will need allies. And while I don't share your perspective, I do ask you give these nobles a bit of slack. It is within their raisings to be voyeuristic and less afraid. They don't deal with danger.
They don't deal with danger, but they value human life the less.
They don't value much other than their own values in the moment. It's whimsical. The point here is riling them up when they want to celebrate us is kind of how we say in Six Bells, biting or slicing your nose to spite your face. We need this. In the future, our enemies are going to be imperialistically larger than what we face today. That is like my euphemistic way of...
Much bigger.
So, let's not rile the nobles now. We take the money they give us, and we use it for good. What say you?
You're gonna make me shake hands with a lot of people I'm not gonna be happy about.
Actually, I won't make you shake anyone's hands. If you'd like to stay out of the room, I believe a few of us could handle that.
Well, as long as there's an equal hand-to-hand ratio that can be touched.
All I'm saying is that the 6 of us are not enough to take an empire. We barely survived today. I barely survived today.
I just don't see the value in the... Not only did they watch the people that they kind of lord over be in grave danger and then not try to do anything about it, there was just a disregard for their own life. How can we, like, take acceptance from this? I mean, these people didn't even attempt to get out of harm's way.
They have
Some of them
money.
died multiple times.
They have money. We need it.
So?
And they have men and manpower. They're lords. Kiesel,
They're
and I'm
morons.
gonna reach up to Kiesel's shoulders to the best that Volt can shake a person. And Kiesel, you've asked me to overthrow an empire for you. This is what I am going to do. Don't get in our own way on this one. Use them. You don't have to trust them. Trust me, and we will use them and use this.
There's a long, deep inhale, followed by a long, deep exhale. Fine.
You're not wrong. It's a bit despicable how they behave.
No, and you're not wrong either.
I'm gonna give him a hearty slap on whatever shoulder height I can reach to and say, You're a good person. But a lot of good people die doing good deeds. We'll get through this. I promise you. And I'll, like, take a knife, and I'm gonna slice the center of my hand. And I'm gonna put it out. I don't know if I take a hit point of damage. I don't know how much... it's gonna be the hand that's already been, like, held together. My bandage hand.
You just massage one of your hands. You'll probably get some blood to start spurting.
Oh no!
As Volt has outreached his hand, I'm just gonna, like, wave... Fuck. So yeah, I'm gonna wave my right hand up and just graze the glaive that's sticking up to kind of cut my hand as well, and I will blood brothers. I will shake his hand.
We're gonna
Said you want to join in because I think you actually are still dripping blood. So you have
Yeah, Century has just like he now looks like pink almost with the the damage that he has. But he's gonna walk up and he's gonna be like, can we just make sure that we're not doing this? And he's gonna put in his hands and he's gonna actually use his last 2 level 2 spell slots to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds.
That doesn't seem sanitary.
Does the cure wounds, when it closes the wounds, does it fuse me and Vault's hand together, or are they separate? Are they separate wound
And
clutch?
immediately, it's just it's because it's both of you individually. The flame would kind of like, or there's like a illumination, and then it dulls, and then you see like a quick flame rip across your hands and cauterize the wound.
That's
so
badass.
Fuck yeah.
That's to Kiesel. This is to Vault. And Kiesel gets an extra 12, and Vault gets an extra 8 because I'm upcasting it.
Shit, yes.
Oh,
Okay, so the first one was Kiesel, right?
Yeah, so 8 plus 4, so 12, and then 13 to Vault.
back to 50 HP. Oh, I'm sweating my arms.
Do I need to manually adjust that? Do I have to manually adjust that?
I was dragging them.
Okay.
Kiesel, did you drag yours, or did you already take care of yours?
I took care of it. I equaled it out the math.
Okay.
I was too excited.
You were healthy.
Let's be nice.
And three, I think, yes. Asked me to keep an eye out for that necklace. It's not there. And do you have experience tracking magical items? And three, you could probably ask to get us permission to go into the Temple of Briora.
We're about to probably do last rites for Deidre. I just talked to Cyrilla about it.
Either these got destroyed, or someone else has picked it up.
And didn't really have a good eye line on it whenever it happened.
And all of us sort of left the area. Do you see anyone else sitting around the wagon other than the priests of
I was by the wagon, like right after combat, whenever it was like on fire. So nobody else had gone up since we had been around it, except for like her family, and then whenever Cyrilla had mentioned taking the wagon back in, right?
Didn't see anybody.
Anybody in purple clad robes? They could have been invisible.
Big sign above them. Chuck.
No!
Sucked into the dream world.
Perhaps the Ergard family would be the second place to look then.
So
Or is it they're also there?
I did want to mention, I know that we've been making relationships, networking, doing stuff like that, and I kind of saved Lord Valen's life, and he's kind of in charge of the household.
Well, that was a very, very good fucking look on us.
Yes.
Pragmatic. What we're not going to talk about is that, you know what? No. Yes, it should reflect well on us, but I'm hoping that if we need to come back here at any point in time, that maybe we can have an open line of communication with the RPADs now.
Lord, it would probably be within your right. Replacement component. Well. That might be something.
Cut out whenever you said perhaps you could do this. Perhaps that would be something to do.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I said. Perhaps you could do that. Yeah, that's all I said.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
vault. Where should we start?
You all mentioned a necklace. What is missing? I'm sorry. I maybe I wasn't here for that.
Cedric?
A little bird skull necklace. At first I thought it was gonna be something, I hate to say, more important, but instead it was this little bird skull necklace that glowed purple whenever he was committing atrocities to Noctolis, I guess.
Oh God. DM, would I have seen in my wonderful passive perception during the battle that he was wearing said necklace? Is that something that might be familiar? I kept my eyes on him the whole time.
You can do your
check.
retcon perception check, just like Zetri did, as to what you noticed about him as you were spying him to shoot at him.
Okay, yeah, if you want to let me do that at 100% perception, or yeah. Woo.
Perhaps,
You fired at him, so, I mean,
right?
You're looking at your target.
Thanks, DM.
Yeah, you noticed this purple glowing necklace. As to seeing exactly what it was, I mean, we're talking
100 feet away or some shit. Pretty small.
Well over 100 feet away, like real distance.
Right.
So.
Okay. Well, that tracks with what I saw. Honestly, I think I was using that as how I aimed at him. And you said it wasn't found on his body.
No.
Not that we saw.
Would you? I mean, no offense. Would you mind if I checked?
Sure. The body's in the
Yes.
temple now.
Lead the way. We'll check for the skull necklace, receive our gifts from the lords, brown nose a little, and maybe either we can pick up this ale or whatever our package is and be on our way, perchance? If we were to be tasked with an endeavor, we'll find out when we speak to the nobles. Is that
Yeah,
seem
one last thing.
Yes.
As we're doing that, Alfred and Cedric will pull the staff out from beside me. This to still identify, right?
Oh, do we have a moment to? Sure, I can take care of it.
It will take me a while to search the body. Why don't you do that at the same time? A great use of time.
Yeah, Alfred will go ahead and find a table and set up on. He'll take everything back out.
Yes.
So you're gonna go into one of the temples to do this, or are you gonna just hang out
Where is
on
his
the ground
body?
outside?
I'm not going inside a temple. I feel like
Okay.
that'd be sacrilegious.
Taking a necromancer staff inside probably wasn't the best. Okay, so you're gonna go off and do that.
Mhm.
Deirdre's body has been moved inside Cedric for clarification, but the wagon and the remnants of what little is left of the necromancer is all still outside.
Perhaps we start there, yeah. Then, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Black magic is still up.
Check.
Cool.
Just in
Give
case we
me
do go into that.
investigation there, Volto.
All right. Selenis, you're
Can I give him a help
focusing on
action?
something right now, aren't you? I'm trying to mention that it looks like you're casting a detect magic, and I'd like you to have a look. I don't know how to do that. It'd be like,
It's I already cast it. It's still up and running.
do you have do
My
your
eyes-
eyes glow or something? Is there
yeah,
an indication?
Yeah, my eyes go white.
Okay.
Pure white, yellow.
Been some really awkward conversations with Selenas for the last 5 minutes with just the glowing high beams going at you.
Shit. Yes, I would.
Vault.
Yes.
Oh.
No, please.
I just wanted to point out, I didn't really do a good job looking down there, so maybe if you want to do that, and Zedri accidentally bumps into Vault a little bit, and I'm going to cast guidance.
Nice.
I love that little sneakiness.
Very casual.
And I was going to ask if I could give the help action,
Excellent.
well, to give him advantage.
Let's say no, because both of you already did an investigation, and if I let you stack a help on there, we're kind of being able to do 3 investigations on this is already getting pretty crazy. So,
Fair enough. I thought maybe through the detect magic, I could weasel one.
yeah, for anything magical, your detect magic is still going to pick up. So,
Cool.
Enough. Okay.
All right, so I do just a normal investigation check plus D4. Was that correct?
Should be attached to you.
Should do the D4.
Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, it did!
Nice.
24.
He has Sauron's ring.
Tell me how you go about searching this. What all do you do?
That's a really good question. Well, may I ask a follow or a response question, which is, what type of cart is this? Like, is it covered? Is it like just a kind of wheelbarrow-esque?
Just a flatbed wagon.
Is it 4 wheels, 2 wheels?
4 wheels.
4 wheels. I'd probably start, if there's no bodies, I'm gonna climb up onto it and like, because he felt kind of cattywampus on it, right? And I'd probably start with like the impact site where he was, and then while standing there, I'm gonna kind of scan out and look around, just kind of like a quick, like, I don't know, the nearest, like, kind of scanning the nearest 10 feet without moving, just kind of like rotating in place. And then I'm gonna get down and kind of like move things with my hands, and then after that, because of what Cedri said, I'm gonna check in the wheels. Basically, like, my goal is to look at impact site and look at any place it might have bounced or fallen or wiggled or rolled that would seem kind of reasonable. So basically any crevice or spot in the near 10-ish, 15 feet that seems reasonable.
Give me a perception.
Sure. Oh, that was so close.
As you're getting down among, it's like you search the top, you going through, it's like you can find pieces of bone here that are like charred, different places. He is just like destroyed. I mean, the body is just in pieces and nothing more than 4 or 5 inches in any piece. It is just kind of like crumbled and broken apart. Honestly, it's a bit surprising for him to be this destroyed.
Yeah.
Just from the fire damage
and the fall. Yeah,
but,
that would strike as strange, almost like medicine.
I mean, the breaking apart makes some sense, but I mean, as to breaking apart on the impact, but why was he in such a brittle condition to break apart?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the confusing part.
Sure.
Not so much that he's in pieces, but how he could get to a state to break into pieces.
Does he have sinew and skin and muscle and tissue and stuff? Is he juicy? No, just completely crisp and bony.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
It's either the breakable that if you touched it, it would dissolve into ash, or pieces that are just thoroughly blackened.
Cool.
As you go to search around the wheels, down underneath, you feel one little tiny prick of pain, which is hard for you to read at half your hit points gone. One tiny little prick of pain in your palm.
Ooh.
And looking, and it's just like a sliver, and you're able to give me a dex check.
Ooh.
Just for the fun of it.
Save or
a sliver removal check.
Is it save or
check?
Okay. No, that's in there,
As
boys.
bad as it could get for the halfling.
Literally, that's the halfling.
You're
one.
like it's that whole trying to pull a sliver out, and he's like, you can't get your fingers fine enough to get down there.
That's just bone.
You're too fine, too refined. Your fingernails are too trimmed down that you can't get enough pinch. But there is just this little tiny piece of, looks like purple glass embedded in your palm.
Oh.
Okay.
Shit, not another gemstone.
All right.
Best guess is it's a quarter to a third of an inch long.
Oh wow, that's a pretty damn dude. That's a big ass sliver.
I mean, that's the length
Yeah.
of it, not width or anything like
Yeah,
that.
no,
It's
that's
just minute. But this is the only thing you find.
Okay. One thing before I remark this to the party. This might sound a bit morbid. Are his tusks made of ivory? Does he have tusks? He was a...
Okay, Pachydeer's tusks are typically made of ivory, yes.
This might sound terrible, but can I take like a tooth-sized chunk of his ivory tusk for a souvenir.
When you mention it that way.
Well, I'm trying to find his picture again.
I call his
Fine,
toes
Gregory.
if we're taking body parts.
What you want those toes for?
No,
You don't find
toenails.
any tusks.
That's weird as hell.
Yep.
Something's weird about this. Okay. I'm just gonna like kind of stammer and then just hold out my hand like a child to Zedri, like, Celine, Zedri, what do you think this is? And there's like the purple jagged thing in my hand. I tried to get it out. My hands are a bit cold and raw. And just holding it.
Can I try and very gently let out?
Yeah.
Please. It doesn't feel good.
Also,
Zedri's gonna help to hold my hand steady.
a sleight of hand check.
Just Dex.
Okay.
Is this
Right.
magical?
And is Zedri's helping?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you can do advantage.
It might be. Just don't worry. If as long as it doesn't start like sucking inside of your body, it'll be fine.
DM, is it sucking inside my body as they're doing this?
No.
Oh, God.
Salinas is able to just like slowly remove, and that's where you actually see really how long it is and get to the point where it's just shy of a half-inch long, skinny, thin sliver that had been stuck in presumably stuck in between two pieces of the cobblestone ground, so that it was standing up to actually impact into your hand like that. Can't really tell anything from it other than, well, it's purple glass, maybe gemstone. It's really hard to tell in this tiny form. So,
in regards to my having seen a purpley thing, is the hue relatively similar purple? I mean, obviously it may be not a light as
yeah,
it would have been.
reasonably would conclude that it's.
Similar?
You don't know anything else for it to be, but
Sure.
If I cast light, and get it to illuminate this piece of glass, does it match the same shine?
yeah, we'll say yes. Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, nice idea.
Hell yeah. Oh, this is the thing I was aiming at. It's the same purple. Also, thank you for getting that out of my hand. God, that feels so much nicer.
If only the skin would grow back.
Oh, yes.
Well, I don't know what this is. This is we could ask Alfred when he's done with these staff.
Do I have details?
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Oh, with the staff.
DM, one more question.
Yeah.
Could I think of a reason correlation in romantic magic and my this figure might be nearly made of brittle bone.
Okay, say that again. You're breaking up a lot.
Could I draw a connection in my mind between the romantic magic and the brittle state of his body? He was perhaps, if I could try to...
How much knowledge do you have of necromancy as a warlock of Aurora?
Salinas, basically
Now
zero.
watch yourself.
Yeah. Basically no like active study, but just like if I might know if it's a. I'm
Give
trying
me
to think.
Arcana.
How different
trying
are
to
the
think-
bones here to the Revenant we fought? You know? Because we did fight that one in 6 bells. Salinas was there for
Yeah, I'm
that.
trying to think if he might have been being skeletonized underneath that robe.
I
thought
think he's a
process.
freaking phylactery lich fake thing.
Bitch.
That's my out of
I
character thought.
think you could choose to jump to that conclusion, but you don't have anything concrete that would say that that's accurate. I'm not saying it's wrong or not. That your understanding is maybe. Jump to the conclusion if you so choose.
Salinas will bring up that possibility. After Vault observes about the state of the body pieces.
So, okay, the three of you dealing with the sliver.
Mm-hmm.
Kiesel and Yoford here, what were you doing while this has been going on?
Yeah.
Anyway, I grew up reading just a lot of philosophy, and it just really resonated with the way that regular education could never, seem to really get to me on that kind of level,
I can see that. Books were never really my thing. I spent a lot of my time outdoors. My sister, she enjoyed the woods. My brother, a bit more of the fighting.
Yeah, but the thing about books is that it's just what you see written down. There's a lot to learn from the material world and nature. I mean, nature itself is right on its own philosophy. It's just, it's the things that you can and can't see, Ophrdia. It's all about that.
I don't even know what to say to that. Me and Hazel would probably just be chatting an eye out.
Yeah, take a break. My muscles hurt. They can do all thinking.
I can't wait to figure out what happened with that identify. Our philosopher peasant man. I love that you could go from philosophy one episode to like, look, I'm pretty sure like mint is cold because it's from cold climates. Like those two things both existing are just magical.
Warriors do read books.
Oh yeah, warriors of course read books. How else would you read Sun Tzu?
There we go.
Yeah.
Book of 9 Rings or whatever.
To know your enemy, you must imagine them in their underwear.
I like that
That was
version.
definitely him. Yeah.
That's the Pornhub intro.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, man. We're heading south here, boss.
New sponsor.
Hey! Boom, ba, boom, boom, boom.
Oh, we're getting wheat thins to sponsor since you were showing your box earlier. Mr. Irving.
So with the world paused, where are we at here?
You're scrolling through the menu real quick.
Oh, okay.
That's a little
Alfred has his stuff, so.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. Never bring a knife to a gunfight. Sun Tzu probably, yes. Oh, Jeff.
Yeah, after a bit, Alfred will get up and he'll come back and hand the staff over to Zedri and say, yeah, I'm not really getting anything. I think it's broken.
Yeah, that's kind of
Everything-
what I was feeling too.
Everything that I have tried is just not working or taking. Honestly, I thought that things were rattling around so much. I thought I broke something, but no, I have no idea what. I'm sorry.
Turning over. No, you're perfectly fine. Turning over the staff. Is there any sort of socket at all that would be fitting of this like glass shard that we found?
No. I mean, not anything that you would specifically say, like, designed for it in any way. I mean, there's lots of chunks out of this thing. This thing's in pretty rough shape, so.
Do y'all think that I could see the little glass shard real quick?
No, absolutely.
I was going to ask if Alfred might have a quick moment actually concretely identifying the material. Whether it's glass or some sort of gem or other kind of stone.
Yeah, if you have another minute, I think virtual identify is only exactly 1 minute. I could go ahead and take a look at it. I still have all my stuff set up.
Okay, is that
I guess for clarification, are you looking for a magical identifier or just him to identify materials?
No, just to identify material. I don't think there's. If this was part of a magic item, it's a sliver now. I doubt it still has much magic left. I'm just seeing if the artificer Alfred might be able to use some of his craftsman skills to identify what kind of material this is made of.
Okay. Yeah. Can Alfred deduce what its properties are?
Give me just what intelligence check with proficiency.
Also, DM, just out of curiosity, does my detect magic detect anything coming off of the broken staff?
Nope.
Gotcha. That's good.
There it is.
There it is.
Dang.
Bang chilling, yes sir.
Big chilling.
Reach.
27.
Strange, Alfred. Not something you've ever seen before.
With a 27?
Honestly, your best interpretation from it, I mean, no, this is you knowing a lot about it, is knowing that this is gemstone that has somehow been liquefied and turned into something.
Oh my shit.
Liquid rock.
Like blown gemstone.
Yeah, basically glass made from gemstone.
Well, that narrows that down.
That is wild. Alfred would try his best to convey. Yeah, it's. Do you understand the process of blowing glass? It's like if you took an amethyst or something like that and did the same thing. It's the amount of heat required to get it to that state and then to work it into a material like this. I honestly have never seen anything like it.
You're sure it's amethyst?
Oh, I don't know if it's amethyst. It's a gemstone. But I mean, I'm just using it as an example. Like any gemstone to do that would be an incredible amount of workmanship.
With your 24,
Right.
there is no way that could be done without using some sort of magical means.
Sure.
You couldn't be done with a forge. You couldn't make a forge to get hot enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It have to have some other means of getting to that heat point.
Okay, that would be delivered.
You would have to have like the perfect work conditions, and even then, I don't know if you would be able to achieve it. I mean, I've tried to melt metal, and that's a struggle enough.
Zedri, only through Infernus could you hope to have a forge to deliver such an item like this.
Why
That's what
would
I believe.
Priest of Noctalis have an artifact that could only be forged by a follower of Infernus?
I don't know how else you would have it. So, I mean, DM, am I talking on my ass too much? Am I flavoring too much?
No, not necessarily. I think with your background, that would be the most logical approach, is that it'd be somebody who's using some sort of fire magic.
Yeah. Okay.
I will throw out there with your nat 20, though, the only other possibility that you could possibly fathom, which would not be something that you are familiar with, but you would know enough about it to guess that this could be possible, is volcano.
Yep. Oh man, I was thinking that. Oh shit.
The natural power of the earth itself is the only other option.
No, I mean, I believe you. I was just curious on how it would come into his possession.
Zakaria. We talked about it.
Yes.
But
Lost
he
temples of Okaria? Are there any near or in volcanoes? That would...
He had this artifact when he was banished. You said that the of Noctalis said that he had it on when they kicked him out.
Yeah, but I mean, we found the necklace in an abandoned temple. There's all sorts of stuff that's in these abandoned temples all over the place. I mean, isn't that where Yoferdia got his axe at?
Sure, but if we're saying that after he got kicked out, he went and was able to find an abandoned temple, he had the artifact before he left.
He's just
Perhaps.
imagining all these temples.
Well, he was kicked out because of his practices. Perhaps he had found this temple long before.
I
This-
think
that
that is a
would-
very wise inference there, Yoferdir.
Perhaps we should. Please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think that it might be best for us to table this conversation. I'm freezing, and I really want to just get this meeting over with these nobles. And I think that before we go or do anything, we should make a plan if they ask us to look into this. We only have a few days available that we could offer without compromising our own contract. So before we get in a situation like that, I feel like having a plan of action would be useful. And I mean, again, I don't want to derail us from the idea of searching this out. I'm personally very curious, and I think this would be very useful. This type of magic, it's
I think
very exciting.
I think that is wise. If you would like to spend this bit of time acting ourselves, then probably another 45 minutes or so, I could pull up a little bit. Halt, Alfred, three, before we head off. It's a little bit better shape.
DM, is it 7:30? What time is it? I want to know
It's
that before I
noon.
answer. Oh, it's noon. Well, could we do this indoors? I'm just,
Certainly.
and I'm like literally just shivering over here. Like poor little ball is just
Yeah,
wet and
let's-
cold and holes in his clothes.
Let's go in the temple.
Yeah,
It's
We also, I should let you all know, I have a zombie leashed just outside of the district here.
Oh, if it
what now?
if it hasn't gotten too hungry though, we might have had to put down.
Oh, I was hoping he would gag the damn thing, but yes. So, right after the battle, I spared one zombie to see if it had a direction, and maybe we could follow it as a clue to see what its goal might be. I left it with some guards as we let it leave the north side. It's tied up and it's with the guards. They might even be checking, but if they do deliver information to us, they're going to be going to the tavern. So unless we have business in the temples with the high priestess, maybe we can do the patching and everything in the tavern and then go to the nobles? I need to check on this zombie. I'm a bit on the leash for this one.
fine. I can hold on to everything then. In that case, if you don't mind, and Zidri will hold that as an towards Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred will go ahead and hand it over.
We stash the staff, and then Zidri will just go ahead and tuck the sliver into the outside pocket of his satchel.
Are you sure you even want to hold on to that staff? It's just, I mean, it's a nice like walnut, but I'm not even sure it's useful.
And is there a more like padded box or something like that glass?
I can take care of it just fine. I'm just gonna be holding on to it. I mean, hopefully we don't run into any more battles like the one that we just came out of. But no, I'll probably store it and everything. I just want to make sure that it's secure.
That's a great idea, and if we can keep it in one piece, more or less, maybe Sorath and Sixbells could take a look. He's a master of the arcane and teaches at the college. Whenever I don't know an answer, that's who I go to.
Drew's gonna take out a potion of healing from his bag. He's gonna pop the cork and drink it. So that's 2d4 plus 2. Jeez, that's abysmal.
That's abysmal.
It's better than nothing.
You're right. Alfred's gonna take one out of his packs and cheers you.
Well, if you would just wait just a little bit, I can.
No,
Okay.
it's fine. And Zidri will take out the sliver and drop it into the bottle.
Oh, that's smart. Look at you. Wonderful.
This would be
And
though.
I'll like tear some of the bandage off my hand and offer it. Like, do you need this to pat it so it doesn't rattle?
Damn, you got some good rolls, and I got some shit rolls.
Zidri will stuff the gauze, I guess, kind of like in there.
So, I need to check on my zombie, and I want to make sure that Brendel is safe. Can I meet you all in the tavern?
I think that I want to spend a little bit more time as well.
What other things do we need to take care of before we meet with these nobles? And before we reunite with Jenica? Yoferdir, Kiesel, Alfred, I'd love some input, if you have any.
Well, as far as I can remember, this was one of the last things we had to do in town.
Mhm. I don't. Outside of having to stay, I don't really see a reason that wants us being here any longer.
Wonderful. So can we walk and talk? Is there anything else in this area that we need? I'm just a little nervous about this zombie that I've left unattended. Well, not unattended, but
You should attend to it. I was gonna stay behind. I asked Priestess Cyrilla if I could go ahead and help with Deidre's last strike since they were rudely interrupted. But I can make sure to make my way back to the Night Ceiling.
oh,
I'll stay and be standing here on the skirt as well, so we can walk back together.
oh, wonderful. And do you know the Brioran rites that they'll use?
I'm slightly privy to them. I haven't performed them myself, but there've been a few people who have come in and talked about them. I'll make sure that we do it properly, though. Did you want to stay? I mean, no, you were talking about. Do you want to stay?
I mean, I do, but I need this. I'm worried about this zombie. I don't know if Briora would forgive me if someone got hurt for this.
Understandable.
If you need anything, I could quickly give you a run through, but I assume they have everything here, and it may even be different than what I've learned. But you'll do great, and I'll give him a whatever hand is not cut open, blood brothered, and slap him on that shoulder, and just say, "You'll do great on this one. I'm just quite nervous about this." And then I'm gonna hustle away. I'll like
get a
wave
little
back and say,
bit of
"I'll see you at the tavern, hopefully with good news."
Sounds good. Be safe, everyone.
You as well.
And we're off.
Okay. We're at a point where we need to wrap things up for tonight. not quite to the point that I'd hoped to be at, but that's the way it goes. I would say probably this is as good a place as any to wrap things up. It'll make things a little bit clunky next week, but because you'll level up, but you're not going to level up until the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so we still need to wrap up stuff with the nobles and whatnot before you guys actually hit the end of the day. So
Sunday stream.
Not for me.
No.
Winter break starts for me after Friday.
Hey, everyday D&D.
So we maybe, if you guys can kind of have a good idea of what you're doing at level up, that'll actually end up being like in the middle of next session. So,
Okay.
so that maybe will be kind of break time will be corresponding with getting all that stuff. I mean, it shouldn't be anything huge for changing. It'll just be mostly for those of you that get any different spell stuff, kind of have an idea of what you're wanting to drag. For the rest of you, it'll be just dragging the class, and it should be pretty easy. But anyway, yeah, we will. The one last thing I will give you is that Vault, when you do get to your zombie pal, he is no more.
Okay. Thank
the villagers have destroyed him in the streets, taken out their anger on the closest thing to a living one.
It's fine. That seems reasonable. I'm not gonna fight.
The guy had walked him like halfway through Minstrel Row before it got
yes, and
succumbed to. They want to kill it, and I'm not gonna fight them.
No, yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah, you're not protecting a zombie. It was going straight north though, just so I know.
Yes, it continued on that straight north as much as it could.
Then I will give him a hearty pat and a gold piece for his efforts. And I'll mark that off.
So, if everybody wants to roll for closeout, MVRP, and
the nat 1. Let's go.
Oh, that
20. Nat 20. Let's go.
Let's go, yo, for dear.
My halfling luck didn't.
There's my nat 20.
I'm so excited to get Flash of Genius. You don't know how much I've been looking forward to this.
Flash of Genius is dope.
All right. Vault, you are clearly first.
Okay. Boy, this is a good session. I really like this a lot. Man. Oh man, this is a hard one. Being first, I normally am not first, so like this is like I see why you guys always like pass. Like this is makes sense. But I won't do that, and I will say that I think that the MVRP in my mind is going to go to Mr. Kiesel. I thought that it was. I had a really good time with that little touching Blood Brothers moment kind of thing. So I'll give him the MVRP on that one. There was a lot of other people I feel like deserve hard honorable mentions, but to expedite it, I'll just say Kiesel.
Alfred.
I will give it to the person who just finished, to Voltavius. Giving Kiesel a shakedown, telling him that they have an empire to overthrow, that he's promised him this. He's got to keep his eyes on the prize. Like, it's very. It brings it together. It warms my heart.
Go for dear.
I'm gonna have to go with Zedri. Just the kind of, I guess almost dad kind of vibes that he gave off during the combat. Like, you need to quit fucking around, talking to the nobles, like, go in the temple. And I was just like, oh, this is just hilarious.
Cedric.
My vote would have to go to Vault. I don't want Kiesel to put his foot in his mouth around these nobles. That is extremely considerate, realistic, but also just so condescending, and I think it fully encapsulates Vault as a character, which I appreciated. I thought that he had a lot of good moments today, and he let a lot of a lot of the charge in the investigations and things like that. Good line of thinking there was with letting a zombie loose on a leash.
Salinas.
I definitely want to call out some. I agree with. There was a lot of good moments. I really liked questioning survivors. Really liked the bit with Alfred of taking out all of his equipment and then putting it back and then taking all his equipment out again. But I think I'm going to have to give my vote to Zedri. I really liked the. After everything is happening, he's still very focused on taking care of Deirdre, doing his duty, and I thought I really enjoyed working with. I just really enjoyed working with him and with Vault in investigation stuff.
And Kiesel. And then everybody can roll again.
I'm gonna give like Santa Claus here to Zedri because he told us the nobles exactly what I ended up telling them. Stop fucking around. Stop fucking around and get in the temple. And then not only did he say it once, he said it like 2 more times. Please get in the temple. So that gave me a chuckle. So I'll give it to Zedri.
Another lucky Zedri doesn't have a teacher voice, otherwise it would be on site. Oh.
Alright, Vault and Jofridir roll off. Jofridir, double roll off tonight. And Zedri, you're up first on questions.
The double up again!
Oh, what are the odds?
Are we rolling?
Yep.
1 out of 1,000? Or 400, sorry.
I got another 15.
Do it again.
Another 15. What do you got, Jofridir?
Another 15.
15.
Oh. Well, my question mostly stems from the way that this temple system works. It's very interesting how looking at Wiccob and how they had mostly like a monotheistic practice versus moving into somewhere like Ergard, or even looking at Six Spells, where Six Spells is district and apportioned off, but here it seemed a lot more integrated, I would say, which was really interesting. But just figuring out, what's the deal with that? What's up with this Zephoran Grand Priest? How she was like the youngest ever, and I thought you said 16, and I was like, oh no, not the Romeo and Juliet moment. But then you said 60, and I was like, oh, well, okay. So yeah, just getting to know a little bit more about this and making sure that whenever we come back, we have a good support system so that it doesn't end up like what happened whenever we left Maiden Thorn.
Salinas.
Salinas is ruminating on the connections between this necromancer Boone. That was his name?
Feral
Droobs.
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 Feral or
Pharel.
Feral?
Pharel. Feral.
Droobs. And
A-R-E-L.
between him and
It's in the
Quang,
Twitch chat. Sorry.
Oh, cool.
between Feral and Quang, between him and the and Dreamer, potentially, about this artifact with this material would be seem to be like incredibly rare, incredibly hard to make. Why this person's body was in a state where he was missing tusks, the body was just broke apart on impact, almost dissolved. And what he hoped to, yeah, and ultimately what was his motive for this attack? What did he hope to gain? Because it definitely feels like he's missing pieces on the board.
Alfred.
Yeah, sort of also having a similar question in where did this like blown gemstone come from? Like what could have like caused this? Who's talking? Like why, like what's going on with like any of the things that we found, and like why are they all just garbage? They're just like so many questions around them. It's like clouded mess.
Yofredir.
You'll understand.
I had a feeling when the dude died that it wasn't really him, so my question's kind of like, hey, was that really him, or was that like a projection of him, or what's really going on here?
Interesting. Fault.
I mean, I think I will say that I have had and have pretty much every single question I've heard so far from everybody else. But I think the biggest thing for me is like, what the fuck? Like, dude, this guy, like, there's just so much to this that is unknown. Why? Like, he didn't monologue. Like, I tried to engage him in the monologue. To be fair, I was in the middle of a storm and he didn't hear me. But normally, you know, the bad guy monologues and tells you, hey, I am here because I'm mad about stuff. Here's revenge plot. You know, none of that. He just, like, nuked me with a freaking spell and everybody else, and just, the zombies didn't even attack the buildings. They just walked north. Like, this is, like, so incredibly suspicious in so many ways. So yeah, like the whole everything about it is just like, we, as Connor was saying, is like, bro, we just do not have the perspective of what's actually going on here. Like, this dude picked up a gem probably from somebody else who gave it to him, which seduced him into necromancy, and that person probably was in a lost temple near a volcano. But like, what's that got to do with this town and Deirdre and the other things that she was up to? Because we haven't heard anything about her even heading south. All the stuff that we've learned about her is like north of town. So like, none of this like adds up, and there's just like, there's got to be some sort of tying theme or clue set that will help put all of this in place, because just like, otherwise it's just pure fanciful speculation, which is like intellectual masturbation otherwise.
On that note, Kiesel at bottom of the order twice in a row here.
I know, it's giving me a lot of times to ponder. I'd like to skip. I just want to know what Chuck D. Reamer thinks about all of this, because in Kiesel's brain, this just comes across as one giant last flex on Deirdre. She's been laid to rest. Somehow Chuck D. Reamer is involved in this, it's this lady's funeral, zombie horde. But then there's like the greater implication of this douchebag with the volcano rock turned into a liquid, turned into something else. So like, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of unknown unknowns and a lot of known unknowns, and that always is well, time to hit the books.
All right, fave moment. Looks like
I didn't roll. Sorry.
A lot of rolls.
I rolled 3 times, so if anybody wants to take any of those, I rolled a D12 first, and then an 8, and then I dragged the results from the D12.
I love the just 6.
6. Yeah. If anybody just wants to have a 6, I rolled an 8. So
I think that means Yofredir's first, and Kiesel on deck, if I'm reading this right. Am I missing somebody? I don't. 1, 2.
We're good.
I really liked the conclusion to the end of it, like the end of the combat. Like, dude goes down. We end up finishing killing off all these rest of the zombies. And then me and Vault go tie one up to a leash, and then we're seeing where he goes, and everyone else is cleaning up around town. Zedri is taking care of Deidre's body with the priest. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, this is what we do. This is the party.
Gotta go walk the zombie.
Kiesel couldn't keep the streak going. You're second this time.
I think the payoff with the multi-staged investigation once we got back to the it's like headquarters over here on this like temple area. From the moment me and Vault had our blood brothers handshake to the revelation of the staff and everything coming together, I thought that was a really good who done it kind of. At least that's the only tangible, workable thing we have, since the rest of the body just dissipated into ash and has been spread about for at least 10 kilometers in every direction at this point. So,
Vault.
Boy, howdy. I gotta say, this is gonna be just real easy in general for me. I just love this combat. Like, it spread over 2 sessions, which was wild. But just for the last 2 weeks, I have been thinking, like, what is this necromancer gonna do? And what did he do? Circle of Death half killed like a lot of our party and the innocent people, and just everything was just like, like that first round was as terrible and perfect as I could ever ask a game of D&D to go. So I loved the danger and the thrill of that. That was just perfect for me.
Alfred.
I think mine were a couple moments like centered around the staff that Zedri was walking around with. Just like everything from fucking broken, like tapping it on the ground, and like immediately like trying to like use it, and then someone asking them, did you use that? Or you didn't try to use that, did you? And just
Didn't lie.
broken.
I didn't
No,
lie.
you didn't. You can't use a broken item. That was a
I
very
can't
good
use a
answer.
broken item. Yeah.
Salinas.
I'd say a couple of things. Also really liked the giant skull circle that appeared on the map. It's the first round. That was very good. I mean, I also liked the cool cloud yes on the circle. Little like just showing the spells was very cool. The other thing I really liked was just the nat 20 that led to like, this is a incredibly rare special material, and just that whole bit with a little shard of gem glass, just like being deep into that and finding more information. I loved that. I thought that was so cool.
Zedri.
I really enjoyed the fact that it was a really nice moment for you to like receive Vault's role for the investigation and then be like, you know what? Like, describe to me how you're looking at it. And the opportunity for like Vault to narrate that and then kind of fitting the find in there. I thought was really nice. And it changed just like in the top left corner, you find this. So I appreciated that kind of flexible narration for finding the crystal shard that impaled him.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
All right.
Just a half inch.
All right, that wraps up our session for tonight. Thanks to those of you that tuned in live at any point in time. And those of you watching on demand, we appreciate you. And we'll be back next week with possibly the closeout of Ergard. We'll see what you guys decide to do. So,
The closeout in 2022.
Marathon race.
and yes, our last session of 2022. So,
Oh my.
That'd be great.
Be there or be square.
Because you're not around.
All right. Well, on that note, I'll see you guys later.